succubus spittle. The meat is charmed.
Harlep's been here. Oh my god. This just scared the shit out of me. I need to zoom in. Oh my god, that scared me so much. Oh my god.
Continues to leak.
I also am leaking.
Your guts cramp, your stomach churns, and your nerves burn with a pain that would almost be pleasurable were it not so savage.
Stop licking the damn thing!
Always funny! Thank you, Tim, for this magical moment in the best video game ever.
Deactivating.
Have you asked the game what it prefers? Oh, here it is, right here.
Lunar gallery maintenance vent opened.
So just go fast, right? I hear her. Oh my god! I'm actually getting like surround sound in my headset. Okay. I don't know how, but I hurt my shoulder.
You see the
Shut up,
tiefling's
Barrington!
jaw clench.
Wait, you see the tiefling? He's about to erupt? Okay. Alright, chat. Should I punch him? Aim a blow at the human, try to knock him flat on his back? Oh, okay, chat, sorry. I'm not gonna ask you. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna punch him on his ass. Alright, we're inspired, right? Please tell me that I'm inspired. Oh, thank God. Because I'm gonna punch you on your ass, Aridin. Woo! Zevlar. Zevlar. Astarion. A classic. And Minthara. Halsin and Shart. Alright, you guys ready? Are you guys ready for the best moment of the entire, like, 100-hour game? Oh, it's Tuesday, isn't it? Didn't I stream last Tuesday, too? Damn. Man, my stream schedule's all sorts of messed up. Do you guys want a cat? Hi. Cat. Cat. Kitty cat. Everybody say hi, Jojo. Everybody say hi, Jojo. Everybody say hi, Jojo. Alright, mommy just put her lipstick on, so don't put your tail on my mouth, because it's gonna get stuck there, because it's not dry yet. Jesus. Meow. No, Rooster! Rooster, where did you said you sent it, right? Where did you send it on? Which kitty is this? This is Jasper. Jasper! On Instagram? Oh my god. Okay. Well, I'm glad I asked because I never check my Instagram DMs. Okay. I'm really glad I asked. I'm acting like so offended. I'm the one I put him on my lap. Alright, there we go. Who is first today? Oh my gosh. Hello? Bravo, Penguin! First, Mama J, not first. New Day, mwah. Mr. Ware, mwah. Trishinobi, mwah. Bravo, Penguin, mwah. Hello, Poinchers. Kudo Button, mwah. Luffy, mwah. Saucy Plague, mwah. Rin, mwah. Mama J, mwah. All good, mwah. Glue Kazoo, mwah. Moon Quartz, mwah. Destiny, mwah. Rooster, caw mwah. Cosmosis, mwah. Shabby, mwah. Basically Evo, mwah. No way! I'm so proud of you, Moon Quartz. That's very, very good. I'm so happy for you. And 90% bratty? See, I'll believe that. Yeah, Charlie's in Boo's bed. Boo's upset. Jasper's on my arm. Oh. Do you want to get on the chair? Okay, Jasper's on the chair. Okay. Alright. It's been rough. Yeah, and it's gonna even take, like, time for, like, them to start working again. Where are we going? Where are we going? Do you want to go back in your box? Okay. Rude as hell. Stellar Bear. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Think of the 10 streak. Hi, everybody. I hope everyone's doing very, very good. Are y'all ready to disappear tomorrow? Oh, because Pride's over tomorrow. Pride's over tomorrow. Hello, Puddles. Nice necklace. Thank you. Pixel talk in real time or no? What do you mean, Irish Queen? Thank you for the hugs. All good. All good. No you. Thank you for the hugs. Nutmeg. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead QC. If I do, then I might miss you, babe. Oh, it's Canada Day tomorrow. I did. Oh. Rooster, you are so hot and tall and talented and handsome. Also, Bravo Penguin, you are also very hot and tall and talented. Thank you so much. What about you, Luffy? I joined the queue 2 hours late and I got right in because I wasn't going to, but then I saw on Twitter that on Twitter that people were still checking out and was like, okay, well I guess I'll like take a look. And yeah, I got right in. I was like, oh, okay. Like, might as well. I still never got the ETBs though, because I got all like the queue was all messed up that day. I don't want to go back into the closet. Last day of being gay. Yeah, let's all practice being straight together. Sorry, ladies, for wearing this shirt today. Oh, Reaper! Thank you so much for the 53 months. I can't even count that high. Holy! Also, hi, Leon's Moans. Oh, on the starting soon screen, if you hear me say, ahoy, that's me. That's me. That's how I start every stream. Because I'm a creature of habit. Leon's Moans. Mwah. Happy last day of Pride, guys. It's what day? What day is it? Tuesday. You did? Okay, Luffy, I got some when on Target. So, okay, Luffy, did you see the Target thing where they had, like, the booster bundles for Pitch Black where, like, the limit was, like, 8? I got 8 booster bundles. Yeah, I have 8 Pitch Black booster bundles. I think my brother's gonna buy some off me, though. If not, I don't know. I don't need 8 booster bundles. But, like, I don't want to cancel them yet, you know? I just don't need 8 of them. But the max was 8. Let me practice being straight. Here you go, Mama J. Here, let me add the extra button. There you go. I'm joking. I don't have to be practice being straight. It's how I live my life. Yeah, okay, Mooncourts. Okay. Hope you've been good. I've been terrible. I hope you've been okay, though. Did somebody say meatloaf? I think that was my last Target night. Oh, Luffy. Did you get anything from Target last night? I got fucked. I even tried to get some Moonlit tins just, like, to feel something. I couldn't even get those. I did almost get the Terra Galapagos UPC at the end, though. I almost got it, but I got selfish and I tried to get 2, and if I just tried to get the 1, I would have been fine, but it's fine. But I didn't get shit from Target last night, but it's probably good that I didn't. That was psychic for a second there. Why celebrate a place that's made up? War's our resident Canada hater. 8 bundles is nuts. Yeah, they had their max for like usually Target is max of 2 orders of 2. And for some reason, the Pitch Black booster bundles was 8, and well, the thing is, when you're trying to buy at Target, you're just clicking, and my clicking just kept on going, and so I got 8, because I think I got an order of 6 and then an order of 2, because I was afraid they were going to cancel the 6th one. That's really funny, Luffy. English, YBC, thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, did you score anything last night? No, I didn't get shit last night. But I was already up anyway because I worked out again yesterday. You got the gay card as any heroes? Oh, I'm so happy for you. I'm joking. I'm very happy for you. I couldn't get any of the Ascendant Heroes in my cart. I couldn't get the first partner in my cart. I got the Terra Galapagos or whatever it's called in my cart. I got the Moonlit Tins in my cart. I just couldn't get the checkout. You should have got 7. Hi, Sushi Guy. Sushi Guy. Mwah. Dragon set ablaze. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Also, Vinny. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. YBZ, did I do you? Thank you for the forehead kissy. Also, Dragon, thank you for the 3 stream streak. What's up, Acorn? Acorn, happy Tuesday. Hell yeah, I'm so straight. I like sports and crap. Okay, Leon's moans. I may not have been talking much in the mod chat yesterday, but I saw you type in the mod chat. You're so straight. Leon's moans, you're so cute. I love you so much. Moonlit, yeah, the Clefable and Gengar ones. I was gonna bless your packs. I'll unpin the message. I'll unpin the pin if you bless my packs. Also, I'm gonna do this thing that I've seen on TikTok where they take shots every time they don't get a hit. And Dragon said a Blaze knows. And you guys know I don't get hits. I don't get hits on these fucking Pokemon cards. So we're gonna take a shot every time I open up a pack and it's not a hit. So there's only 4 packs in here. Oh, I should show you. It's the Archaludon that I saved from last time. Watch me get 4. Leon's moans, yes, I am trying to black out today. Funny that you mentioned that. Whoa! I went to the gym today and I did leg day. I pushed a lot more weight in my hip abductors than I thought I could. Really? Do you mind if I ask what the weight was? Nikki! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Please have water handy. I'll make a G Fuel before I forget. Hi, Rabbit. He's gonna wax his sack if he gets a legend. Is he gonna do that live? I hope not. Well, happy birthday! Everyone say happy belated to Acorn. Acorn, what did you do, or what are you going to do for your birthday? Happy birthday, Acorn. Hope you did. Hope you had a great day. Oh, thanks. Okay, how do I do this without showing tit? Okay, it's the Snorlax necklace from Pokemon Center. And it's so cute. It's my first time wearing it. 80 pounds. I haven't done a leg day since I started HRT. No way! Oh, I'm very proud of you. That's awesome. Cute, I love it. Thanks. Thanks. Oh, I'm not wearing my Eevee bracelet that Jade got me. No. I'm joking. Hold on. Ah. I don't even know what I choked on. Jasper, bless my packs. Oh my god, I'm actually dying. I'm gonna ban you. I'm trying to crush some watermelon.
Oh, somewhere deep inside of these bones, an emptiness.
You're gonna get banned. Unmodded.
You inspire me to keep going even through tough times, motivate me to do better. I love you and this community. Keep going hard.
Hello? The next person that's nice to me is gonna get banned. Mods, take out Mr. Ware. Mods, take out Mr. Ware. Over. First of all, Leon's moans. Thank you for the 5 million subs! Thank you for giving a sub to Pop-Tart Basic Queen! Silly Yourself? Georgia Fernandez, Goth Waves, and a cute fox. And Shinobi, with all due respect. Oh, I turned my music off because I wanted to hear the alert. No, you. What's up, Christine? My life is in shambles right now, Rabbit. I hope you are doing okay. I'm doing terribly. How are you guys doing? 3 inches you were choking? Listen, my throat's really dry, alright? Let's talk about it. Leon Smells! I have a very important question for you. Oh, so it's the last day of the month, so it's the last day to get your pussies on my wall. Christine is fine! Welcome in, Christine. Pink, orange, yellow, salmon, green, light blue, dark blue, or purple. Every time I see your post, I'm like, okay, who we throwing hands with today? Rabid. I use Twitter as a place for me to... Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you, mine's bigger! the sizes. Mine's bigger. Oh, did I scare you, Charlie?
Somewhere deep inside of these bones, an
Pick a purple.
emptiness began to grow. There's something out there far from my home, a longing that I've never known.
I was not expecting that. They never do. Shinobi! Consider my gabbers flasted, Shinobi. Shinobi, thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. To Hamburger Helpless.
Spiraling, red card.
Calico Snail, Achilles, Vampy, Vomit, and Ashby? Shinobi, I have a very important question for you. Pink, orange, yellow, salmon, green, pink, orange, yellow, salmon, green, light blue, dark blue, purple. See, I can't do it without the pussies. I can't even get the cards on the box. Dreamer's Choice? Good. Yeah. I'm gonna do dark blue because we only have 2 dark blue pussies on my wall. We need more dark blue. Salmon. I'm gonna ask about shots depending on how this pack opening goes. Because we have 4 packs. Surging, twisted. Okay, I say twisted every time. Whoa, Kari. We have Surging, Twilight. Twilight is usually pretty good for me, but we'll see.
Sheesh, are we about to kiss right now?
Pixpongo.
Mine is bigger! Luffy, thank you for the 2 monthlies. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free viewing, and your sub badge. And Alice, thank you for the tier 2 for 25 months. Enjoy your 100. Count them. Your 100 emotes, your ad-free viewing, and your sub badge. Holy resubs today. 93%. 93% brat, yeah, I'll believe that. Oh, War, thank you for the 5 gifted subs! Oh, I did arms yesterday, my arms just got really sore. Thank you for gifting a sub to Kissiana, Atleep, Inked Cat, Smoke SOS, and Field Agent Reaper!
Stop licking the damn thing.
Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Emily Ray. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. What's up, Lumpy? Holy.
War, you're such a good little mod.
You're kind of funny, so might as well resub. Yeah, you would, you son.
Hello, beautiful.
What is happening? Spades. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. When I get back, if you get a Clefairy, I don't think there's any Clefairies in these packs. So if I do, I'll let you know. Also, Papa B, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Leon's Moans, Shinobi, thank you so much for the sound alerts. War, I have a very important question for you. Pink, orange, yellow, salmon, green, light blue, dark blue, or purple. Oh my god. Michael! Mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. It has been a while. Eclipse, mwah, Georgia, mwah, thank you for the forehead kisses. Oh my gosh! If anyone's got gifted a sub, make sure you guys enjoy your emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. Some smoke salmon puss. Yo.
Oh, somewhere deep inside of these bones,
Cat or dogs for the treats.
to grow. There's something out there far from
So anyways,
my
what the
home,
fudge is happening?
a longing that I've
So what is happening? So what is happening? I'm glad you like the emote. That's my black cat is the Bonkomb. Last day of game. Boop, boop. But oh, you know what? can we refund? Hold on. Let's, Kari, I'm gonna refund you. Mods, can we refund Kari's channel point for the colors? Because I believe Shinobi requested red already, and I forgot to do that because you guys are being brats. Alexa, turn front basement light red. There they are. Sorry, Kari, I forgot. Sorry. Red. Okay, go. They both deserve treats. Got a big one. Where'd my music go? Oh, the song was over. Idiot. Also, we might hear some fireworks. Are you trying to get the Georgia emote? I did! By Spades. Mwah, mwah. Because you have an injury. Bravo Penguin! Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Tombst. I have to scroll up. Holy crap. To Yoy, by the way. Judah, the Shaman. All bugs go to heaven. Jensington the First and Dark Derbies. Thank you so much. Very important question for you, Bravo Penguin. Pink, orange, yellow, salmon, green, light blue, dark blue, or purple. Spades injured? Oh, shite. Okay. Hold on. Okay. Leon's Moans, Shinobi, War, Salmon. Okay. Look at all of them. Anubis, mwah, Kaylee, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. If I missed anyone's messages, I'm so sorry. I don't know how to read. Did you hear the lizard? Thank you. Thank you.
$1? Water for $1? I'm about to get wet for less.
What's up, Pete? Thank you, Poe. Thank you so much. You said cat. Okay. Oh my god. Anubis! Anubis, thank you for giving sub to War Child. Oh, yo. Did you guys see that? Okay, you did. I'm well. How are you? I'm glad you're doing very well. I'm doing terribly. I am struggling a lot right now, but it's alright. That's why we're gonna be drinking tonight. Oh, so cute! Oh my god. Holy! Jay, thank you for the 6 months with Prime! Enjoy all the subbies, everyone. Your 90 emotes, unless you're Alice, 100 emotes. Your ad-free viewing and your sub badge. You guys shouldn't judge how much I drink any day I drink. What do you mean? Auntie said my partner is not allowed to get me the Switch 2. She's gonna get it for me. And I'm gonna look at this year's birthdays and Christmas. Oh, what? Grandpas, that's awesome! So you're getting a Switch 2? That's so dope. I'm so happy for you. Publicus! Not you coming in here to flex, by the way. Also, happy belated birthday. I know it was like a couple weeks ago, Bub, but happy belated birthday. Also, Bub, thank you for the 74 months. You're such a sweat. Look at you. Bub's been here. Wait, hold on. What's your follow age? Oh, I can't check. Can I? User Publicus. How long have you been following? Since I was streaming on my Toshiba laptop, it got like 3 frames per second since March 16th, 2014. That's right. You respect the OG Publicus in this house, homies. Oh, no way! Gremlins, I'd love that for you! Hell yeah, gamer. Thank you so much for the 74 months. Read the vent Discord after stream. I avoid the venting channel when I can, just because I mentally can't handle it. So, we'll see. Like, no offense, Alice. It's just, I'm going through a lot of stuff right now personally. And I know a lot of people are going through a lot of stuff. Like, I'm not saying, like, I'm the only one going through shit. I know my limits, and I don't think I can, take on anymore, you know? You know what I mean? Can't pour from an empty cup, right? Amela doll, thank you for the forehead kiss. See, did anybody get, Georgie? What's up, Belly? A tubular Tuesday. No you. No you. If I'm sending love to anybody who needs it, hugs. And if you guys don't want it, you guys can double it and give it to Alice. I don't know what that is. Alice, I hope you're okay. I'm sending you all the love that I can for you. Damn. Intense outpatient? I still don't know what that is. Jade! Mwah! Thank you for the forehead kissy. Awful gamer. Mwah! Thank you for the forehead kissy. Don't worry about it, though. I'll look it up. What's up, Ranger Neil? Well, I hope you've heard me say that I'm giving you love 3 times so far. I hope you heard that. Oh, here's big card. I need to show it and then move it out of the way because my desk is so big. Not big. Full right now. Kyle! Mwah! Thank you for the forehead kissy. Sorry, why are you sorry? Did I do something? Did I do something, guys? What's up, Degna? Please get your food. Yes, please get your food. Okay, please take care of yourself, Alice, alright? I'm sorry if I, like, upset anybody. Whatever different thing you're happy with the air. Oh, I pinned my bangs back because the heat index is 105 degrees and it's 65% humidity. So, I got it out of my face. I pull tarot cards every single day. Have you really? I love that for you. I love that for you. I was like, who was the blue one? True Shinobi. Also, thank you guys for the level 6 hype train. I'm a little overwhelmed right now. Too hot. Too hot. This is legit the bad place. This, yeah, this week we're under...
Hello, beautiful.
This week we're under, like, a heat warning or whatever. It's, really, really awful. It wouldn't be so bad if I didn't have to walk my dogs, like, 4 to 5 times a day. But, yeah, I'm sorry if I missed anyone's messages. It's not on purpose, I promise. Heat index is 112? I should not know what fried chicken feels like. I feel like I'm cooking the oven. Yeah, everyone's going through it right now with the heat. Now, it's not so much the heat, it's the humidity. The humidity is killing me right now. Shinobi, enjoy your lucky turkey. I'm working on your kitty cats right now. 105? Oh yeah, me too. Me too. But it's humid as balls. Like, don't get me wrong, like, the heat is fine. The sun is fine. It's the fudging humidity. Like, I literally, it's 100%. It's only 65 today. It was a lot worse yesterday. What was I about to say? I'm sorry if I missed anyone's messages, guys. I'm so sorry. I'm trying to be here as breast as I can. Thank you so much for the hype train. Jesus fudge. 5 hours away, so I feel like we should have similar weather. You never know. 5 hours is a long ways away. It's only 90 degrees. To have no reason to leave my air-conditioned apartment. Ah, yeah. Huh. No, you, Degna. Cat from Lena meets. Oh my God. So Midnight's favorite place to lay down is right here, like either right here or right here. And I had just come inside from walking the dogs, dripping sweat. Not that I was doing anything, just dripping sweat just from being outside. And this bitch tries to climb up on my chest. I was like, no. But I let her sit on my lap, though. Maximus, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. You're doing your best? Don't be nice to me. I'll leave. 120 heat index. Yeah, the whole U.S. gets... Yeah, so it's like we're visiting, Florida, but without, you know, all the old people and the children. Sorry. Human Doctor! Thank you for the 100 bits. What the fudgies wudgies? Also, Degna, thank you for the 30 stream streak. Oh, only 3.5 hours. Oh, interesting. need an AC and ice in their drinks, and they haven't been saying that we don't know. Wait. Have you seen all the TikToks of all the Brits and such? Like, the U.S. is hot and need an AC and ice in their drinks. Like, they haven't been saying that we don't know what the heat is. Oh, really? I don't know. I feel like, I don't know. Like, I know every summer, Americans are making fun of Europeans for not being able to handle the heat. Europeans are making fun of Americans for not being able to handle the heat. And it's just like, we're all hot. Like, it doesn't matter if one place is 1 degree hotter or 10% more humid. Like, we're all dying. Relax. Like, just because one person has it worse doesn't. Why are we competing for who has it worse? I'm missing the point on that. I don't know, but I've seen arguments about that, Lance Mountains, but I haven't seen the TikToks on that. Good evening, spoiler. Also spoiler. Mwah. Thank you for the 4 kissy. Upper 60s. That was it was like mid 70s for me last week, and it was so nice. And now it's mid 90s, but the heat index is in mid 100s. Not mid 100s, like 150s, but like 100, like 5. Opening oven door. Opening oven door is so funny. That's what we feel like. Welcome in, Yellow Jacket. Now the orange boy decided that his new favorite hobby is sitting in front of the AC unit, trying to chew the air coming out of it. No brain cell to be found, just punching air. That's so funny. That's so cute. That's really cute, though. I'll drive up. Don't think I won't. Well, your consent and knowledge, of course. Oh, wait, no. Oh, no. I won't leave my house. Don't come to my house. I ain't leaving my house in 100-degree weather. You're so sweet, though. Good evening, Tirana. Good evening. Because obviously happiness is zero-sum or something. Oh, misery loves company, too. How are you doing? I'm doing terribly. How are you doing? It's only hot in Pixels Live. Shut up, sushi guy. I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna end stream. Tyrannic. Thank you for the 4 kissy. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I've seen Walmart and Costco are the big places that the Europeans are going to. And it's so funny because we really do take our giant grocery stores for granted. And we do take how every single one of our stores has fucking baby hairs. We take all of our grocery stores that have AC for granted, because like all of our stores have like pulsing AC, and it makes me so happy. I love it. Oh, spoiler. I feel you. Hugs for anybody who needs it. Yeah, we're all miserable. That is a very good emote. This is fine. The international friends were enjoying air conditioning and free refill. Oh yeah, the free refills. Oh, and ice in the drinks, right? I love this song. You guys got me on this one. Whatever the guy's name is, Jonathan Young. I think it was Poe. Poe is the one that suggested this guy to me. well. What's up, Chilla? When I moved back to hometown, a small town Ohio place, it was sad that the local grocery stores didn't carry 24 packs of soda. I had to drive 30 minutes to a real city. What's the biggest pack of soda that they sell in their Degna? Alright, I gotta do kitty cats. Alright. Oh, you know, I've never done this kitty cat before. Ooh. Cute! I've never done this before. Unique New York. They took away free refills here, but I heard you can get another refill if you ask for a cup of ice. Where are you from, Yellow Jacket, if you don't mind me asking? You can say, like, fuck you if you don't want to answer. 12 packs. Oh. I have more sad songs. Oh, do you really? I still need to make a post about that. Jonathan Puffy. Oh, Canada. Well, happy early Canada Day to you. Da, da, da. Boo can play Mecha Chameleon. I want to play that so badly. I bought it. Bum, bum, ba, bum, bum, ba, bum, 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 bum. Sorry if I missed anyone's messages, guys. Holy. Why is Boo so adorable? How do you want him? He is so cute, isn't he?
7 months.
Jinx, thank you for the 7-monthies. Hello? Enjoy your 90? Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and you're so veg. Did you really? Have you played it yet, Spades? I want to play it. You don't even know the game! Okay, so that answers my question. Thank you for the Prime Bravo Penguin, or the Prime Command. I haven't played it yet, so I see. A chill dog like that can hang around my apartment forever. As long as you don't have another dog, because he gets Wile E. Coyote with Charlie. You wouldn't believe it because he acts so chill right now because he's just sleeping. But you get him and Charlie together, like at my parents' house, he goes nuts. I have to take a video. The next time I'm at my parents' house, I need to like remember to take a video so you guys can see how absolutely insane it is. Oh, it's just you? Okay, then he'll be fine. Like he'll play. Like he gets zoomies. But oh, thank you, Swessy. Guys, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. To have any friends to play with. I think I want to play it off stream first. You know, Boo's crazy, but we love him. He loves you. Do you guys want a Boo hug? More dog content? Hi, Boo! I'm sorry if your brother takes the bed. Alright. Boo kissies. Sorry, puppy. Ugh. Long day at the Frito factory, huh? I am 15% healed. Boo loves you guys so much. One of my neighbors, who has a cockerdoodle, is Boo's best friend, and we started sending pictures of our dogs to each other now. Sub Woofer. Which is funny because when Mommy was trying to take a nap before stream, Boo kept pawing at Mommy and barking at her because he wasn't on me while I was trying to sleep, even though he was dead asleep when I tried to nap. And then I put him on my lap, and then he starts licking my face. So, that would actually be really cute, Alice. A Boo kiss command. You are, whatever percent healed, and then have the Pix Boo heart emote. Oh my god, I've been working out so much recently, and Boo loves to lick the sweat off of me. So I've been sweating a lot, because it's so fudging hot. And he just goes down licking me all over. So funny. Wait, where are you going, Jinx? I missed it. Oh, I've never been to a Pride because crowds scare the fudge out of me. But I'm excited for you. I'm sure you're gonna find lots of homies there. I don't know anybody that's had a bad experience at Pride. He's 4 years old. He's bark, 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 bark. Kiki! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Cat or dog for the treats. I start water exercises. That sounds fun and cool. Have you tried it? No, I haven't! But 4th of July is this weekend. And I might go to, what's it called? A parade near me, because my dad, like, runs a parade. He's, like, the guy that shouts at everybody that tells people, like, when to start marching. So I might go to a parade. Which would be great to try the, earplugs. Kitty! No, it's alright. Fufa? Fufa? Are you trying to say Fufa jail? What? Oh, it's a double treat. Hello. You have to come up. You have to come up. Oh, girl, it's not going anywhere. I'm not gonna eat it. It's your second Pride? so cute. Military parades are popping. Yeah, this year is supposed to be a big year for the parade that my dad's been helping set up because the 250th year of America. Kiki loves you. There's nothing in my hand. Don't eat it. Don't bite me. I'll bite you back, I swear to God. Oh. What? I haven't seen that. Alice! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead, QC. Did you see that? I wasn't sure if that was on camera. He was like, I want it. All right, so I got a new face for Leon Simones. What should we do for Shinobi? Down, down, down. Ooh. Follow me, my friend. The glory at the end. Boop, 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 boop. Down, down, down. No, I love that song so much. How are you doing? I'm doing terribly. How are you doing? Mira! Mwah! Thank you for the forehead kissing. Dab down the road, down the dabbing road. That's how Thana, this emo is so cute. Oh, it's Rika's. I should have recognized it. Mira, happy Tuesday. Haven't been feeling good? Damn. I'm so sorry to hear that. Hopefully you get a good nap in. Oh, look at all these dab emotes. Oh, thanks for the hugs. Hugs back. I'm Gouda. The Gouda is Gouda. I got 2 more pussies I gotta do. 2 more pussies! And then we're gonna open up these Pokemon packs. And I'm gonna take a shot of soju for every pack we don't get a hit in. Oh my god. Okay. I'm trying to figure out what to do with these kitties. Death God Cheeto! Thank you so much for the raid! Oh, spoiler, don't do that! Don't die! Yo, Death God, how is your stream? Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. We haven't really started doing anything yet. Is it? Okay, good, Rob. I want to see it. Thank you. We haven't really started doing anything, but we're gonna do probably some Drunk by Daylight because I want to get drunk tonight. Okay, wait, hold on. Sushi guy, chill. Hold on. Tayo. You've done 4 shots with friends? But you ate? Okay, good. I had some leftover Chipotle. I love Chipotle. Chipotle is my life. Yeah, I plan on getting drunk, so I don't feel anything today. Oh, I want to see, if anyone goes to Pride, I would love to see your outfits. I would love to see them. Let me live vicariously through you, please and thank you. But welcome in, Raider. Shido, how was your stream? Welcome in. We're going to be opening up some Pokemon cards.
6TE.
And then doing some DVD.
Sweet.
Whoa! Sweet 16! Hi, Salted Loki. Did you guys know it's Salted Loki's birthday tomorrow? Happy early birthday, Loki! Loki, thank you for the 16 months! Oh, yum! Spoiler. I did it in Mexican for 4 years, so yeah, I'd say I do. He was alright. I don't have any alcohol right now, so I'll take shots of water. Yeah, water's good. Yeah. Salted Loki, thank you so much for the resub. You're such a sweetie. When I dress a sentry? Who's sentry? I'm dumb. We got my ex was the one I got my very first apartment with. I finished my drawing. I think I was like, whoa, are you talking about the kitty cat, Jade? Also, Death God Cheeto and friends, please make sure you guys go get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and babbies. Go eat, go beat, go poo, go stretch, go drink. Hope you guys all said happy birthday to Salted Loki. Salted Loki's birthday tomorrow. Also, thank you for the forehead kiss. You know the girl one I posted? Did I see that one? Oh, I forgot to click stop streaming. Oh my god, been there. Stream is good. Diablo 4. And I got to dip, but I got a dip potato chip. Oh my god. Oh, go do your thing, Shido. Oh my god, thank you so much to the raid. You're so sweet. Everyone say bye, Shido. Seriously, thank you so much. The villain in the movie is depression. Oh, well. Dweeb! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissing. Hi. Hello! I'm making dinner. Mwah. I'll be right over. Oh, I can't wait to see your guys' pictures. Yeah, I thought I had caught up on the art channel, but I don't remember. So I'll have to click it either to refresh my memory or to see it. Villain in the movie sounds like life. The villain of life, actually. Be right back. Okay. Oh, go. Hello, honey. All right. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do with these kitty cats. Let me get some inspiration. Oh my god. I just looked at one that I did for Ghoulishly, and it's so funny. All right. We'll do this one. So I haven't done this one for War yet. And this is like the War face, I guess. Yeah. You just... And 1 hour later, listen. Listen. Is it hot for you where you're at, Loki? And you're so cute. You good boy. Hot as fuck, yeah, you are. What? She also reminds you of me? So you hate it. I'm joking. I'm experimenting here, alright? Oh, it's so cute, actually. Why have you forsaken me? Oh, Hinako! Hinako from Silent Hill F is in DBD today. I'm so fudging excited. Guys, I finally finished the pussies. Be proud of me. Yippee. I'm excited for Drunk by Daylight. I'm excited about Drunk by Daylight. I'm surprised I haven't even taken a shot yet. But to be fair, I was not expecting the hype train. Leon's Moans with a brand new kitty cat. What's Drunk by Daylight? I play Dead by Daylight. I'm drunk. Usually there's like rules to it, but I'm not gonna do any rules. It's just an excuse for me to focus. There it is. Little jack-o'-lantern cat. I just want an excuse to drink. I'm running out of room. I know. Yeah, Hinako just got added today. So you're good enough to carry while drinking Dweeb. You are so funny. I do feel like I play like maybe like the smidgen better when I'm drinking, but there does come a point where I'm just like, yo, girl, give up. Give up. So this is like War and Bravo Penguin's personalities. Like there's Princess, Bravo Penguin, and War is just like the cool guy, you know? So I feel like this is like their personality cats. Also, I think the Princess one came out really cute. I'm like at 200 hours? Yeah, it's like, I feel like once you hit like 400 or 500 hours, then maybe you start understanding the game a little bit. But until then, it's all a mystery. DBD is not an easy game for new peeps. Especially because the tutorials are completely useless. Yeah. Oh, you did see it! Cool, I took a picture just in case. Good news! I just applied for the Mines of Moria paperwork. You shall not passport, if you will. It took me less than 5 hours to get... Okay, let's not say that ever again, Mama J. It took me less than 500 hours to get a degree. I have, like, How many hours of DVD do I have?
Help is on the way!
Whoa! Hello? Lady? Hello? Oh, I don't want to put my DVD hours in chat. I don't want to get judged. Welcome in, Raiders! Lady, how was your stream? Alright, you know what? Fine. Let's all make fun of Pixel. How many hours do I have? 3,500 hours. So that's, how many degrees could that have been? The Love Boat is here to be entertained. Oh, no. Oh, no. Lady, thank you so much for the raid! Welcome in, Raiders. Hi, Javon. What's up, Maro? Anye? I'm so sorry. This is why I'm a streamer, because I dropped out of college, guys. I'm so sorry. I don't know how to read. Yikes! Hi, Damior. Hello, princess. A big quick stream? I love that for us. I'm about to open up some Pokemon cards. I have this Archaludon box that I'm about to open. And we're going to play... I got four packs of Pokemon cards. And we're going to play Take a Shot for every pack that does not have a hit in there. And I have about maybe a 45% hit rate when it comes to Pokemon hits, so let's get wasted. What's up, Coco La Dolce? I love your name. You said it right! Oh, don't ask me to say it again, because I don't remember what I said. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Does anybody want a cat? Does anybody want a cat? Oh, don't yell at me for you dropping all of my gunners on the floor. All of my gunners. I still have like all my gunners on my table from when I did the Amazon streams. And he just knocked them all over because he's such a fucking... You're so cute! Does anybody want a cat? What's my favorite Pokemon? I will never get tired of talking about Clefable. You have 4,800 hours? Okay, I feel... Did you say the fog is sick of me? Shut up. 91.4 hours? Yeah. Holy, guys, welcome in. Thank you guys so much for the raid. Lainey, please go get your post-stream self-care. Please get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and bevies. Go eat, go pee, go food, go stretch, go drink. What do you want? You want to come here? No? Are you embarrassed that you dropped all of my shit on the floor? Yeah, okay. Oh, don't eat my cable. Do you want the water bottle? Can I say my real hours? Wait, why? Yeah, do it. P35 and 91 hours. What's up, Jen? Okay, you gotta make up your mind. What do you want? Oh my gosh. Alright, let's open up some Pokemon cards. Yeah. We're gonna open up Pokemon cards and then we're gonna play DBD. I wanna play as Hideko! I'm so excited. We love Silent Hill F in this house. Spoiler alert, thank you. You're saying that because you don't want to drink any more whiskey, don't right? What? Wait, do you really dweeb? Surging Sparks. Oh, I just ripped it so ugly. Ew. But I won't be home in time to play the event. Oh no, really? How long does the event last for? Where's my music? Hello? Oh. Oh no, Jem, that's ass. Oh. Jesper said, like literally an actual menace. Do you want to come back on the box? You can make in your box, just stop knocking shit over. Like, look at all, it's fine, it's fine. What I miss? Absolutely nothing. It took me like 24 years to finish the kitties. Oh, guess the energy card. Guess energy. So we're going to open up a pack of Surging Sparks first. And we are playing okay, here we go. We are playing Take a Shot of Soju for every time we don't get a hit. Yes, first pack. It ends July 16th. Oh, so plenty of time. 2.5 more weeks, right? Asbestos and mold? What? Pick a struggle. Damn. Thanks for the good luck, guys. I'm gonna guess grass. That's fine. It's fine. Surging Sparks. This is Surging Sparks. Spiel, Dano, Flittle, Blitzel, Cyrulege, NDD, Duskball, Morlull, Flapple. Jade, what the fudge? The wooden utensils? I will love to have the autism community vote on whether they like my my spoons or not. Thank you so much. And for, what was the other thing? Lapis, thank you so much for the 10 birthdays. Enjoy your 90, count them, your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. Also, hi, Music Kid. Also for the Sting letter opener. Oh, cool. I can't wait to open my debt collector medical bill for when I dislocated my toes. With my Sting letter opener. I can't wait. Thank you so much. Oh, cool. If there was a sound, no, I don't know. The throne alerts don't work. They piss me off. The throne alerts never work for me. Yes, they are. Yes, they are, Gem. Also, Max, thank you so much for the raid. I am getting so overstimulated. What the fudge is happening right now? 3 raids? And we haven't even been live for an hour yet? What is happening? No, thank you, Moon. I don't know. Throne sucks. Oh, Throne doesn't suck. The Throne alerts suck. Sorry, Throne. I love you. Love being Throne partner. Sorry. Your alerts suck, though. Max. Thank you for the forehead, Kenzie. Max, how was your stream? Welcome in. Oh. You're gonna say something nice to me, aren't you? Time for I haven't even had a drink yet. You'd think I would have started off with a drink, and I didn't. There were no hits that pack. No, there weren't. There wasn't. There were not. There was not a hit in that pack. Words are hard. Man! Thank you for the forehead kissing. But hey, I hope you had fun though, Max. Cheers, yeah. We got the Dialga, which arguably is beautiful. It's a beautiful card, but it's not a hit. Although I am very happy with the Flapple. I love this entire evolution line. Like the Applin, Diplin, Flapple, Appleton. Like I love that evolution line. But it's not a hit. You can go by my definition of hit, therefore... Wait, what's your definition of a hit? The fact that I was able to get Pokemon cards at all? Alright, first shot of Soju. Oh, whoa, glug, glug, glug. And I do it again! Jade, I'm gonna punish you. Thank you so much for being so nice to me. You guys better stop. Oh, damn, 7 minutes ago. Thank you for the 5 stream streak, by the way. Thank you so much. Also, Music Kid, I'm sorry it took me so long, but hello. I hope you're doing so good. Yeah, where are y'all getting Pokemon cards? Target. Walmart. Target online. Walmart in store. Yeah. Ayo! Do I have this yet? I have, like, none of this from, Surging Spark, so yeah. That's all new to me. But, first pack, no hits, first shot. This also, Soju is 12% alcohol, so... You gotta get it on restock days, Dangos, because it goes within minutes. Yeah, you gotta get really lucky. Ha! Oh, that's delicious. That's delicious! Whoa! Soju's dangerous! Oh, did you really, Dragon? I got some as well. That's awesome. I'm so happy for you. I joined the queue like 2 hours late because I didn't think. Yeah, so Dankos, you have to like find out when your Walmart restocks. For mine, it's random, which is great because I think I have a better chance of getting it when it's random. But I don't get any of the good stuff because the good stuff is like people who are like pay the restockers because they do that. They like Twilight Masquerade, by the way, because they like pay the restockers to let them know when they're coming to restock. And so I get the leftovers of like the non-good stuff. You know what I mean? But, you know, you just gotta get lucky and just go random times. Try to figure out when people are restocking. Cookie dough! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Also, Max, if you're still here, please get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies at Bathroom Breaks, Namis, and Fabby's go Ika Pika Fuka Shash you get so messed up on soju. Yeah, I'm banking on that. Hi, birds. Hello, lovely. Also, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you, and I appreciate you. Welcome in. Oh, I didn't even see there was a Meowth. Guess the energy card. I'm gonna guess. Oh no, this is from Pokemon Center. It's a Snorlax. You little Snorlax boy. He's so cute. Is that a weed? I'm calling the police. I'm gonna go with Lightning. I might just go for Paxocast Rising now because of how close I am to Master Setting Perfect Order. It seems like a waste now. I need most of the big cards now. Oh, for Cast Rising? Yes! I have a bunch on my my Throne wish list. I just mentioned earlier about how I forgot to put my Eevee bracelet on today that Jade got for me. But yeah, that is like, it's like one of the cutest things I've ever had. Whoa! El Doctor! Thank you for the 29 months. Holy resubs, Batman. Enjoy your 90, count them, your 90 emotes, ad-free view, and your sub badge. I can't wait for Pokemon to become a popular again. Oh my god, don't even get me started. A Light Lane? Yeah, I'm gonna guess a Light Lane as well. Have a good night, Kari! Everyone say good night, Kari. Oh, it's a Matto. So this is Twilight Masquerade. Alright. One shot in. Oh, Froakie. That's a dub for me. Eevee. Dub for me. Fantub. Slugma. Ambipom. Bug Catching Set. Aggron. Some great cards. Volbeat. Poliwag. Wow. Cool. I did, Luffy, I did. My brother was like, fuck GameStop. Wait, an ad's playing? What? Why am I already like tingly from the shot? Why am I tingly from the first shot? I literally ate like a huge ass meal. Time to take our next shot. These next two packs better have hits in them. Hi, Doctor! Doctor, I'm so sorry about the ad. That's poo-poo-poo-poos. Cheers. And the bottle's nice and cold, too. Will you kill the bottle? No. Absolutely not. Doctor, hope you're doing very well. Happy Tuesday. The UP. Oh, yeah, because there's 30 packs in there, right? GameStop will be 400.
Oh, somewhere deep inside of these bones, an emptiness began.
There's a Greninja in Twilight Masquerade? I hope I pull it. What is happening? Leon Snow, thank you for the 5 gifted subs to At Innards, Gabicho, Elysian Abyss, Hentic, and Blade Cayman. Do you see what your total subs is, you crazy pants? You absolute crazy pants? I have a very important question for you. Pink, orange, yellow, salmon, green, light blue, dark blue, or purple? What is happening? Yeah, that's how we feel right now, Kiki is like, what is happening? Pikachu and Lightning? I wouldn't mind a Pikachu. That the next secret layer for Magic's gonna be like $199? Hearsay! Sunny! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Yeah, I'm really not holding my breath to get any of the 30th anniversary stuff. I'm really not. Worse as grass. Pick a color. I'm gonna do dark blue again, because there's not a lot of dark blues, and dark blue makes me happy. A butthole Pikachu? Oh, cool. I cannot wait. I cannot wait. Oh, I didn't pick one. I was gonna say 50. No, I was gonna say fire. Damn. You got this? Listen, I'll take an EX at this point. Shite. It looks so pretty, almost as pretty as you are. Magnemite. Pansear. Glorfalackle. I don't know. Passimian. Colberberry. Pretty Swablu. Volcarona. What? It's not the butthole Pikachu, but it's a Pikachu. I can't wait to tell my brother. Oh my god, I'm like spinning. I should stop. What? Oh, you did though! You manifested this Pikachu! Holy! He fucking what, mate? Where's the Cockray? Oh my god. I wish this wasn't flipping us off. This was a hit. I don't have to take a shot. No way. I never get like really cool cards like that anymore. Well, thanks! Thank you, Dragon! We'll trade for, Clefable SIR. Wait, is it really? Wait, hold on. How much is this worth? Computer, how much is this card worth? I was thinking about that, Leon Sounds. We'll trade for Mega Clefable SIR. Nice one, computer. Woo! Last pack! Sweating a little bit. I was thinking of a celebration. Oh, don't let me forget to do the 5 gifted subs for Leon's Moans, by the way. Alright. Last pack, Twilight Masquerade. Can we get a hit for a 50% pull rate? I'm gonna go with Wootom. I think it's gonna be Wootom. Alright, what do you guys think? Electric. Weed! Fighting. I think it's not a hit. 30 ungraded, 230. Oh, that's not great. I could even trade for a Mega Clefable SIR then. Unless someone loves me. I'm joking. Psychic? Oh, metal again? Alright. Oh! Frogadier. Illumise. Apelin! Nose Pass. I love all of the cards in this set. I just never get Twilight Masquerade cards. So they're all so pretty. I need to get one of these for when I'm working out. I really need one. Another Apelin. A Sandygast. 25% pull rate! I'll take it though. I really like this Pikachu. I'll take it. I'm pretty okay with that. I'm letting him pick because I only know fire, water, and grass. Hug! Thank you. Dang. 20. God? Thank you, spoiler! Toad, thank you so much for the 14 subbies! Aliens Tombs, Shizuru, Winter Storm, Miss Fancy Cat, Kina Smash, Mumsby, Phantom Witch, Heartogram Guy, Zerlana, Undead Snowman, Ice Knight Kills. Hey! We're listing them right now. That's so funny. Silver Sapphire, GP Gaming Ltd, DJ Juan Rios, and Pactopus! Hakua. Thank you so much. I have a very important question for you, Toad. A dog or cat? Yes, Panda Pants, I am. 3 shots for 3 no-hits. Yippee. That was a weird sound. Yippee! Get it? Easy. Ugh. Easy breezy, beautiful cover girl. Whoa! Hello? Thank you so much, El Doctor, for the gifted sub to Skittergath. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm okay with this being the only hit. I really am. This is such a pretty card. It's such a pretty card. I really like it. Alright, the fan's gotta go on. Pixel started drinking, the fan's going on. Alright, and then I'm gonna do dark blue for... Wait, are you talking about the map? Spoiler? Yeah, I really like it. Oh, is that a Pikachu buddy? Yeah, that's what I did see it. It's so cool. Oh, really? Of the Terraform ones? Those are in Prismatic, right? I've opened a couple Prismatic. Not a lot, though. That set is rough, isn't it? That's a rough set. Alright. Aliens emotes. I love how that happened while I was saying your name. Yes, ma'am. Thank you for the Leon's moans. Leon's moans. And thank you for the second hype train of the stream. We've been live for a little over an hour, and this is our second hype train. On God, I don't know what the fudge is happening. What is happening? Oh, Stretch! I got you. I got you. I'm trying. I'm trying, Salve. I'm trying. I haven't cried yet this stream, and I think that that's a good thing, right? Salve, how are you doing? I haven't cried yet. Me too. High five. What? Oh, you know what? What should I do?
Licking the damn thing.
You stop licking the damn thing. No, you. No, spoiler. That one's too sad. I cry at everything, though. Like, I'm so empathetic. I cry at everything. Shinobi! Shinobi, thank you for the 45 bits! It's really called One of These Will Make You Cry Like a Weepy Bitch. Wait, what is?
Hello, beautiful.
Hello? Hello, love? Leon's moaning, alright. I have a playlist specifically made to make you cry. When I finished the first season of the Walking Dead game. Oh my God, don't even get me started. Don't even get me started, yeah. I cannot wait for the Wolf Among Us game, though. Is it a remake or a sequel? It's a sequel, right? This is gonna be me after my stream today. Bed. Oh yeah, Negan and Glenn? It's a remake? I thought it was a sequel. Well, I'm still gonna play it. Because The Wolf Among Us is like one of my favorite games as Everest is. Ugh. I'm running out of room, guys. Last day of the month for the pussies. Alright. We're doggies. Ba-dum, ba-dum. Sequel still in progress. How long has that game been out for? Because I feel like the game's been out forever. You've seen it's a Wizard of Oz inspired, right? What is inspired? For 2 hours? Yeah. It was a good game. I never finished all the seasons, though. Can I do this all in one? Ooh, that was so smooth, Pixel. That was so smooth. I'm gonna leave it like that, 'cause I never leave it like that. And that looks fun. Wait, what? Is it real? Is that real, spoiler? Me too, Max. I can't remember last show that I finished all the seasons of. It was Angel. I don't know if I've heard of Angel. No, I haven't seen that spoiler. I'm rewatching Supernatural right now. I'm trying to finish that. Because I never finished it. I still need to watch Buffy. I watched like 6 minutes of the first episode of Buffy and I got bored. I know. I gotta go give it a commit. What season are you on, Supernatural? Season 8? I've never seen Buffy either. Orange New Black? See, I love Grey's Anatomy, but I haven't finished it because it's still filming, right? And, I've never seen Orange is the New Black, but I do want to watch that. Hi, Micah! Micah, mwah, thank you for the flag kissing. The Mark of Dean is my favorite season. Which one is that one? That should be coming up, eh? Maybe like, I don't know, 9 or 10? I don't know. The Mark of Dean. Toad, what we gonna do for you? Oh, maybe I can do inspiration from this, eh? This is ambitious. But I love ambition. Oh my god, this is so cute! Oh, I love it so much. Oh, Pixel, you've outdone yourself. Thank you, Pixel. I agree. Oh, so cute! And, okay. Yeah. It's so cute! Alright, so I took a wee bit of inspiration from our Pikachu. There you go. You even have a little terraform crown. Yippee! Are you sad the Buffy reboot was canceled? If you're asking me, no, because I've never seen Buffy, so I couldn't care less, and I didn't even know that there was a reboot, so couldn't care less. Cute! I think it's super cute. I love the crown. I'm sorry for anyone who is a fan of Buffy that won't get the reboot, but I couldn't care less because I've never seen it. I didn't even know it was the name. Oh, you're asking Cal? Well, then. I am sad, but we lost too many people. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I saw like this year was a really rough year for the Buffy actors, right? Oh, thank you guys very much for the level 5 hype train. What the fudge? That Doctor Who was taken off HBO and it's all Disney's fault. Oh, is it really? Doctor Who's another show I haven't really watched. Not because I didn't like it. Because it's just like, are there like 12,000 million seasons in that show? Oh, I've never seen Dexter. I've never seen New Blood. I've never seen, I don't know, there's a bunch of vampire shows I've never seen. New Blood. Is that a show called New Blood? Or am I dumb? What's that other show? Vampire Diaries. I've never seen that either. Yes! Oh, True Blood. No, you're right. You're right. No, True Blood. Thank you. I've never seen that one. Yeah, True Blood. And I've never seen Vampire Diaries. Oh, really? Spoiler? Oh, man. Yeah, I've had 3 shots. Might take a few more. Blue Blood is a cop show. Oh, that makes sense, right? Guess what? Chicken butt! Mom, mom, mom. Dexter Resurrection. I've never seen Dexter, so this is all lost on me. Sorry, guys. What's up, Panda Pants? What'd you get? Oh, does she just down the rest of the bottle? The claw. You got a whole ass puppy? What kind of puppy? What did you name him? How old is he? She. How old are they? Oh, really? Jesus, Marion That's not my daily dose of dicks. No dickies today? I'm joking. Hey, it's last day of Pride. No dicks. Oh, really? Spoiler? Oh, hey, I hope so for anyone who's rooting for it. Rescue from Texas. He's a Westy wire hair terry mess. His name is Dr. Indiana Bone. I call him Indy. So cute. Everyone say, hi, Dirtface. Oh, Dirtface! You gotta see what I just pulled. I just pulled this from Surging Sparks. Ugh. And it's so cute. I know! It's so cute! Oh, did you? I'll have to look at it. Supernova! Think of it before I kissy. It is not the best card. But it's a Pikachu, so I'll take it. Oh, did you? No! I was just talking about how prismatic is like, people call it, what do people call it? Traumatic evolutions. That's what they call it. They don't call it prismatic, they call it traumatic evolutions. Which is super funny. Alright, cheers. This is shot number 4 of soju. Oh no, I did not do the stretch. Thank you. That's why I keep you guys around. Oh, Tommy. Oh. Whatever, Dirtface. I'm so happy for you. So happy for you. How much did you guys want to see? I know her well from my 20s. No way! I got this from Amazon Fresh. It was on sale for Prime Day. Tummy reveal. Yeah, I'm gonna step off camera to touch my toes though because she's wearing a low-cut shirt. There we go. I guess I could pick up my gunners while I'm here. That Jasper knocked over. Ugh. Yeah, Jasper, clean up your mess, honey. Your mess. Ugh. I did 2 workouts yesterday because I'm so fucking depressed, so. Oh, really? Oh no, I already messaged you about one of them, right? The Pokemon Go one? Dirty Diane. Mandarin? Oh, yum. I did? Yeah, okay. Oh! I found another one on the list. The Trick or Trade Zubat. I found that for your Goyle friend, by the way. I forgot to text you. Oh, Panda Pants, I can't wait to see him. Thank you for the shout out for Derpy! Yeah. I was sorting my cards. Well, I don't care if you guys make fun of me or not. I don't give a fuck. But while I'm working out, I usually, like, on my treadmill, I have, like a small little, like, thing. And I just put Pokemon cards on there, and I just sort Pokemon cards while I'm working out. So it helps pass the time and like distract me a little bit, especially when I do the incline. Holy! I just did the incline again yesterday. Yeah, and so I was organizing some cards, and I found some trick or trade ones, and I was like, and I found the Zubat, and I was like, oh, I think Derpy needed this. I make fun of you? Oh, I have an older brother. Everyone makes fun of me. Alright. Of course, Derpy! I was gonna find, like, a good way to, like, send it to you guys. What are you master setting? I guess the easiest ones are Perfect Order and Chaos Rising, because they're, like, what, 60 cards in them. I don't know what I need, though, if anything, yet. You get it, yeah. What's up, Willy? Willy, happy Tuesday. Oh! We gotta get... There she is! Oh my god! I cannot wait to get, Oh. Okay. Let's go to the mall. Okay, I will. I just, I don't know what I need yet. Hell yes. Yes! Oh, I'm so happy. Oh, shite. Should we buy Sybil soap while we're here? Thanks, behavior. Jeez. That scared the hell out of me. That's so funny. Enjoy your lucky turkey! Have a good night, Derpface. What game is she from? She's from Silent Hill. All of these characters are Silent Hill characters on the screen right now. Only 26 days. It could have been a jump scare. I appreciate you. The first one, I'm not sure what game. I haven't played any of the games except for one of them. I don't remember which one it was. But she's in the first movie, isn't she? Jesus. You scared the hell out of me. I can't remember the last Silent Hill game I played. Also, Duncan! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead, QC. What the hell, Beyonce? That's right. I don't let those TikTok trends die. And then I think we'll get Maria, because in honor of one of my Be Right Back screens. It was the dad and Cheryl. Wow, I have almost all the outfits. Cool beans. Let's see, anything else I want to get? From the Rift. Don't care for that. Oh, only 43 bucks? Sure. Sure. Maria! Okay. Yeah. Cool. 43 bucks? 43 bucks. Wow, look at all this stuff I get. Fox mask? Whoa, man. Oh, wait. No, I want to go to the banquet. I'm probably going to do some solo QWeiWei. Until I want to die, and then, you know, I'll let you guys know. Banquet. See, I love playing as Alessa, but I think we're gonna have to play as Hinako! There's my Goyo. Very exciting! How's the games? I just opened the game, so far so good. Do you usually do... Yeah, spoiler. I pretty much only, like, exclusively do open lobbies in 2v8. Enjoy Lucky Turkey, El Doctor. Oh! Killer? Nah, I usually don't do killer duos. No, like, offense to anybody, but just because, just recently, my life has been so upside down, I can't handle... I can barely handle streaming with just my voice in my head, I can't do comms right now. So if Hanako was a killer with her fox arm, just got home from dinner. How was dinner? I do love our open lobbies though. Oh, we're gonna do an ad now. So there's no ad in the game, by the way. But you're not gonna miss anything. It's just me spending blood points. I'm gonna spend them all on her, I think, just to get some cakes. Yeah. Thanks, Willer. You get me. And then one more for the road. And then... Oh, actually, what do we got going on here? Nah, you know what? Let's try that one build that I've been seeing on the internet. What is it? Fixated. Champion of Light. And then... Let's see. What else do I want? I do love me some Bond. And then... Spaghetti! Yum. Willie, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Gabby, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. I don't know what to do in the last perk. I appreciate you, Leon's Bones. I appreciate you. I'm gonna do some solo Kiwewe. And then, just to get some feelies out. What do I want to do for my last perk? Oh, conviction, obviously. The perk stays on during sex. Kiwewe. Show me shards. Harry, right? Hi, Harry! I don't know, I just don't spend them. And then now with, like, I'm very grateful for being a DVD creator. They keep sending us RXLs. It's like, why use the shards at this point? Jay! Mwah, think of the forehead kissy. War child, I am your father. I've returned with milk. I wanted to try to get 100k shards, but I spend them all the time. It's hard not to, right? I did play Nad. Okay, good. I never made a G feel, by the way. I'm going in naked. Feet! Good luck. I need it. Look at these two flirting. Look at them. I hope I'm invited to the wedding. Panda monster. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh! I'm gonna run towards them. Because they were doing things so they could take the heat for it. Good. I may have missed a skill check. But they weren't doing anything. Oh shit. Shit. I forgot that he lasts like forever with his power too. Oh, whatever. I get one. I get one a day. I get one a day. That was on a bubba. That was on a bubba. I get one a day. I choose that one. I absolutely choose that one. I absolutely choose that one. I get one. Name the last time I DC'd. I'll wait. Oh, she's doing a double shot. Oh, well, I'm committed. Can I go off from here? Okay. Six shots. Yippee! I did something the other day that has gotten everyone who has heard to have their mouths drop wide open. What's that? I hope you've been okay. I've been terrible, Harry. How have you been? Man, it was against a Boba, too. Like, that's so disappointing. You know what? I don't even want to do this build anymore. I know they say drinking is the answer, but honestly, it just sounds like quitter talk to me. Yeah! A 15-minute DC penalty is Discord. No! Wait, what was it? Were you, like, streaming on Discord? No way, Jay! Proud of you. Is it open lobbies tonight? No, I was saying earlier that, I just want to do solo QA for now. And then test the vibes. At the moment, it's gonna stay at solo queue. Because, yikes! I guess we'll try this build. We'll at least, like, try it out. Really? Oh, Harry, that's so annoying. What the fudge? I have been drunk every night for a week, so I can't say shit, but I love you. Oh, thank you. I just, Oh, yeah, spoiler, I saw that. There should be a music channel. I don't have my DMs open, though, but there should be a music channel in the Discord. Okay, good. Harry, that's so annoying. I'm so sorry that you got a penalty for that. That's so cheeks. Pizza and fried chicken! Ooh, I love this song. Mr. Crowley. Do you think I'll get another Bubba? Selfish killer. Mr. Crowley. Locked in for another 10 years, twin. Hell yeah, brother. Mr. Crowley. Oh, it's the hand! The hand of Midas. Wow, you really do go fast, don't ya? Oh, nice, 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 nice.
What is the worst combination of illnesses? Alzheimer's and diarrhea. You're running but can't remember where.
Oh! Oh no! That's really funny! Oh man, that's super funny, Shinobi. Thanks it's Springtrap. Thank you for the 100 bits. I was able to be racy, but then it didn't go sound, but it's okay. Oh, if you refresh, it should let you, if you refresh the stream, it should let you, play the alert. Welcome back, Luffy. You didn't miss anything. It runs in your jeans. Ew. Ew. Mr. Crowley. Yeah, I'll get my conviction right off the bat. I'll do it. Okay, Luffy. I'm eating. Wait, what did I? Oh, the diarrhea. Sorry. Has a hard time with DMs on her best day, which is absolutely fair. I'm awful at them too. It's true. Mr. Crowley. You know what? I gotta see where these two gens are being done. Because if these two gens are being done on this side, I should go to the other side. Oh, never mind. We're good. Oh! Oh! Alice, first of all, I'm sorry that you almost puked. I'm glad that it was almost and not actual.
Yay, Mr.
Hey!
Mr. Mr.
And also, I'm glad that you're able to eat some grilled cheese. Grilled cheese is yummy! Ooh, now I want some grilled cheese. That sounds some yum yum. Also, Destiny, thank you for the 2 months. Enjoy your 90 count. Your 90 emotes to ad-free viewing and your sub badge. Thank you so much, Destiny. Boo for some issues, but yay for keeping food down. Exactly. Gwenny! Yo, Gwenny, happy Tuesday, Angel. You know what, Jay? I don't think I have. I've seen it. But I don't think I've had the crazy bread from it, though. I've seen it. It looks delicious because I love crazy and I love bread. Ooh! Shut the front door! I have never had Quisp grilled cheese before, but that sounds yummy. Ooh, Jay, I don't blame you. That was almost distracting, Shinobi. Matthew Lillard. Is he farming because he forgot to bring a cake or something? 'Cause that would make sense, right? She's in Vanna, she's a check star. I don't know. I don't trust it. Oh no, Jay! I have so much food in my house right now because it was Amazon Prime Day this past week, and I ordered groceries from Amazon Fresh. No way it worked! No way! I saw that on TikTok. I didn't think it was gonna work. What happened? I went invisible instead of entering the teleporter, and he thought that I entered the teleporter because I went invisible. Oh, that's amazing. I saw it on TikTok, but I didn't think I'd be able to do it first try. Oh. Mr. Crowley. Oh. That'll speak gaming. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Mr. Krabs, I have an idea. I'll do my breast, Jay. I'm a wee bit distracted at the moment because of life issues, but I'll do my breast. I'm glad that you put it in there, though. Hey, let's go, Destiny! Hell yeah! That's awesome. I had Arby's for dinner. I finally finished eating a stream started, but man, cheesy za sounds so good. I'm very interested in that crazy bread. Mr. Crab, stop digging in your butt, twin. 6 shots of soju, by the way. Got milk? I do. Almond milk. I think maybe this Matthew Lillard feels badly that he brought a puddin instead of like the offering or something, because he wasn't really trying. Has a shot. Do it! Stop digging in your butt, twin. Mr. Crowley. Yeah. I'm a full supporter if we all just start speaking in SpongeBob quotes. Like, if y'all just want to start talking in SpongeBob quotes the entire night, I'm okay with that. Yeah? I love it. Mr. Crowley. It's not just a boulder. It's a rock. Oh! Oh. I'm so fast. Jesus. Oh. Sorry, my big fat ass pushed me out of the lobby. Sorry. Oi, hoi, manoi, manoi. Ravioli, ravioli, bring me the formioli. You might have Lightborn. I don't think so. I think it's, you can't save off of that. I think that might be a bug. I think, because you can't save getting the grab from there. But I do think it's a bug because I should have still been able to flashlight him. But yeah, because Lightborn still does a beam eventually. Enjoy your lucky turkey. Hi, Minoi. I don't need it. I don't need it. I need it. Psych, lay there and bleed. That's not a SpongeBob quote, is it? I don't need it. I don't need it. Me, who really needs a pee right now. How's the game audio, by the way? Is the game audio okay? I also go pee. No. Is it? Shut up, Kyle. Is that a real thing? I want to say a big thank you for all the gifted subs tonight and the bits, because today is the last day of the month, and which means it's the last day for my Twitch payout, and I really am really grateful for the subs and the bits, because Yagoyle needs to pay her mortgage and other bills. So thank you guys very much for the subs and bits. Also, thanks Twitch for making them 35% off, so that's really cool. I love saving money and making money. I love you guys saving money while still making money at the same time, so thank you. I from the bottom of my butt, because it's bigger than my heart, thank you guys so much for the subs. You guys are not going to believe the pussy wall when I post it in the Discord tomorrow. This pussy wall is egregious. Nightshade Jade! Nightshade Jade, are you here? It's okay if you're not. But oh my god, I never got a kitty or a doggy for Jade for the fudging you are Jade. Dog or cat? For the throne gifts, because I'm such a bad streamer. I'm so sorry. But dog or cat, because I gotta get you on the wall for the I got pudding again! We gotta kill her with a pudding again. Dog or cat for the throne gifts. I'm so sorry. Oh my god. Worst streamer ever. Worst streamer ever. Ay, Shamoy. Mr. Crowley. Is that a C on her titty? Like on Kate's tits? Is that a moon or is that a C? Either, LOL. If it's too overstimulating, don't worry about it. I'm gonna do it. Your menacing friend. Okay, well that could be a few of you. But my knee-jerk reaction is to say Kyle. So Kyle, what the fuck did you do? Was that Kyle? Who is that? Menacing. Why would you say that? Because you are so menacing. Thank you so much for the ko-fi towards my tattoo. Kyle, I'm gonna kiss you on the lips. What? With your wife's permission, of course. And then kiss your wife. With your wife's permission, of course. She satisfied? Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you. So, okay. What are we doing? We got the kitty kit for, Jade. Well, kitty cat or doggy, right? And then, cow. Pink, orange, yellow, salmon, green, light blue, dark blue, or purple. Shite! Someone remind me to do G Fuel after this. I haven't made my G Fuel yet today. Mr. Growl. Yes! Cool! Being a DBD creator, they give us so many Auric cells, which I'm very grateful for. Thank you, Behavior. And so, I have more Auric cells than I know what to do with. Salmon! The mods are kind of taking over the salmon, and it makes me really happy about that. Kyle sneaking the last minute, just dropped in hot without any warning. Ooh. Kyle is a dropping inner of being hot. What? Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Sorry. Oh, toxic. Oh, toxic streamer clicks something. I didn't mean to do that. I meant to press Q to use my special morsel. Sorry, M's and N's make me stutter like nobody's fudging business. Sorry. Oh my god. That was so scary. I got you, Hideko! Ah! What did I do? What did I do? Otaku! What? Think of the forehead kissy. Alice, dog or cat? What did I do? While I'm at work? What? Wait, you're playing DBD at work? Heck yeah. Yes! The dogs haven't gotten treats yet today, so thank you. Mr. Crowley. Ah, she almost had my gen done too. Hi, Kate. Ah, you look like the 4th of July. Oh my god! It's almost the 4th of July. Thank you. Girl, bye. Oh, what did I do? Whoa, whoa, whoa! Okay, he might be really mad about the save. I'm not gonna lie. He might be a little mad about it. Makes me want a hot dog real bad. Last day to be gay. Alright, me thinks he might be a little upset about it. He might be a little mad. It's okay, Jason. We're gonna get through this. Which streaming service do you think is better? Netflix, Hulu, Disney Plus, Prime Video, HBO Max, or Tubi? I use Prime Video. That's the only one that I pay for. That's alright. It's alright, because I actually really need to pee. So, him making sure that I have a short game is kind of okay with me, because I really need to pee. Hi, Skudarovsky! Everyone say hi to Scrubsky right now. Make me look good in front of him. Remember when I lent you guys that Lamborghini? Negative. I am a meat popsicle. Yeah, he does not want me to get saved. He does not want me to live. Hold on, let me accept that really quickly. Hold on, there we go. Kate, you could take a trade. It's okay. Alright. Oh! Thanks, Hideko! Alright. No, my god, he does not want me to live. It's one pallet stud! You're gonna be okay! Oh, this Kate is making sure that she takes hits for me. What a good girl. What a good girl. Oh, shit.
Give him a nibble. Gay and Astarion, these are a few of my favorite things.
Damn. Mwah. Think of the forehead kiss. Leah's vote. Think of the 100 bits. So bad. LMAO. GG's. Oops.
Pissing all by yourself, handsome?
I do need to go pee. I really do. Oh, Peacock! Peacock I get for free with my internet. Panda Pan, did I give a kissy for you? Mwah. I remember when you saved all those kids from that tree. No, Scrub. People are supposed to make me look good for you. We'll pee together and hold hands. Promise. What? Charlie! Oh, there he goes. Come here. Oh, he's just scaring him. It's okay. It's okay. So this fell on the floor because Jasper knocked it over, and it was scaring Charlie. He pushed it into my mouth before he ate it. He was having a good dream, and now he's having an even better dream because now he has a treat. Alright, I had to go pee-pee. Do you guys mind? You guys don't mind, right? Because I gotta play an ad during it, too. Mr. Crowley. Alright. I'll be right back. I go pee-pee. Okay, so he has... I see you in he has 2 minutes. Grim. I'm gonna assume Payrez as well. And I'm assuming that was Blood Favor, maybe? I don't know. No, it wasn't Blood Favor. What was that? Okay, I'm gonna heal you, because I have Botany. Oh, is this? Oh, thank you. I can't wait to mess this up. Alright, that's their second stack of Grim. I'm gonna go for the save, I think. Oh, Birkin! Thank you! I could not remember his name. Oh, please pick towards me. Please pick towards me. Please, 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 please. I didn't have a beam! I forgot I had the flashbang! Ah! That's what you get for giving me that's right, redemption. Thank God for redemption. Oh my God. Oh, a deli! Oh, purr! Okay. Something. Oh, no. Do we hold him? I feel like everybody's got like a little bit of gay in them, right? If you don't have a little bit of gay, do you want to have a little bit of gay in you? No pellet here, no pellet here on the right, no pellet here on the right. Shabby. Shabby. Oh. Want to hear something funny, guys? Bye. Oh! Get shit on. Alright, I did not boon a totem because I forgot to boon a totem. So I'm just gonna get as far away as I can and then die. Oh, I'm gonna get as far away as I can. Alright, I'm gonna die in this pallet. Do you guys mind? I'm so sorry. Not to be dramatic or anything, Sable, but... Oh, jeez. That was very funny. Thank you. Don't throw that pallet. Alright, let me get out of the way a second. Oh! W mods. W mods. Is this where I want to go? I don't think this is where I want to go, but this gen is done, so there's no palette here, and I don't like this palette, but that's fine.
Hey,
oh, you wanted that so bad, Birkin. Watch this. Fuck you. You ruined my funny. That's fine. Why is there no god palette? Oh, there it is. I found it. You guys are so dramatic for no reason. Ah! Ah, fuck me. I'm so scared, Mommy! Mommy! Help! Help! Help me! Help! 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 Help me! Somebody help me! Somebody sedate me! Oh, I'm throwing this pallet. Oh God! I'm throwing this fucking pallet. Somebody sedate me. Is this pallet here? Oh, thank God. Sorry, I had to fix my hair because it was really. Oh, hello. My hair was really pissing me off. Oh, it still is. That's fine. I just won't look at myself. That's better. Also, thanks for the moans. And the, do you want to have a little bit of gay in you? And sick, thank you for the 64 months! Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, ad-free view, and your sub badge. What the fudge? Sick. Thank you so much. Lance Moans, I'm gonna punish you. Do you mind? If I just punish you? You don't mind, do you? What do we say? Salmon? I got plenty of gain me. If you don't have any gain you, do you want a little bit of gain you? Gain. Awesome boy. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Promises, promises. El Doctor. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. I poop rainbows. I'm a brat and a good boy. Kevin! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Wait, Lance Moans, what was your brat today? I feel a hair poking me. Whatever. Bad Kayo. Not high enough? It never is it? He's so cute. I love him so much. He's a good boy, Charlie. He's a good boy. Are you a good boy, Charlie? Oh, you're so cute. I love him. What are we gonna do for Coil? Ugh. Even if you doubled that, it still wouldn't even be high enough. Whoa, brother! I wish I was high right now. I wish you were high too. When do you get home? Like how many more hours of work do you have? What can we do? What can we do for Kyle? Oh! I don't know if I've done this before. Yeah. Yeah, this is good. I like that a lot. 6:20, like, in the morning? Oh. Guys, I gotta make a G Fuel still, because I need to drink some water. I'm just gonna get a headache. Is it what headache? Kyle, you dapper bitch. With his monocle and bow tie. He's so cute. Monocle and bow tie! He's so cute! Oh my god, his back foot is like mooshed against his nose right now. 6:20 a.m. Do you get paid by the hour? Because I hope you're getting overtime. Yo! Leon's Moans, thank you for your sloppy leftovers. My favorite. Thank you so much, Leon's Moans. What the fudge? Oh, a hair. Shade. Jade. Gotta go back inside now. No, it's yet, and we've been doing an audit. Ugh. Yucky. Well, I hope you get home soon. Because that just sounds like no fun at all. Hopefully you're staying cool, too. I gotta remember to do the doggy face to make sure that this looks like a dog. Mwah! Thank you for the forehead kissy. Hi, Zika! Zika, I'm doing okay. How are you doing? I'm done crying over someone like you. What do these dogs look like? Oh, that's right. Okay. Oh, so cute. What's up, Southern Anime Goyle? Happy Tuesday, everybody. How you guys doing? Oh, I have my phone audio on. My bad. I'm just like, what do I hear? I have my Twitch open so I could read chat in the middle of a game. It does look a lot like a squirrel, but you know what? Whatever. Oh, I know what to draw. Okay. I'm gonna give you eyebrows. You look like you need eyebrows. Yeah, okay. I don't know what animal this is. I'm not sure if it's a dog, a squirrel, or a cat. I don't know, man. I don't know. But there's this Jade, and Jade is currently holding Sting! Sting from The Hobbit, or Lord of the Rings, whichever IP you're more familiar with. Squirrel, bear, dog, cat. Hi, ghoulishly. Ghoulishly, also, that's no you. Also, think of the forehead kiss. I wonder if it's Shadow Clock yet. I think so. Maybe we've been hyped, even if there's no train this time. I was thinking about taking the shot. It looks like a raccoon. Squirrel, bear, raccoon. It does look like a raccoon. I don't know what dog. I don't know what dog. I don't know what animal that is, but it is certainly an animal. What build do I want to do? We'll try that build one more time. Oh, G Fuel. Okay, let me make some G Fuel first. Oh, God, I've almost drank so much Total tea. You're good, bad influence. Really? Were you playing as Ghosty or going against a Ghosty? Happens every day. Ooh, oh, okay. I didn't want to put all the powder in there, so I guess it's gonna be really sweet. Oh, it's 11! Nice. So, the best build for any... So, all characters play the same, if that makes any sense, Destiny. So, each character, like, plays the exact same perks, same... Like, there's no one has, like, any special abilities or anything. As far as builds go, it kind of depends on, like, what your playstyle is. I know you probably don't have, like, a set playstyle yet, because you just installed the game, like, 2 days ago. But there's people who play objective to do the generators. There's people that play healers and support. There's people who play, like, for chase because they want to be chased by killers. So it kind of depends on, like, what... And there's other playstyles, too, but it kind of depends on, like, what you're comfortable with and what playstyle you enjoy playing as. Let me change my guffle of the day. I'm just doing the boys Compound V because it was right next to me. Oh! Our first game with all Toothy Torties. Toothy Torties. Oh, I never did my shot! Am I gonna finish this bottle tonight? Wait, she might. Look at all them chickens. Ghoulishly, how are you doing tonight, Angel? Creamy pasta. was that? Number 7? Number 6 or 7? I'm joking. That was number 7 or 8, ain't it? It's another Papa! No way! Oh man! I was so nervous. Wait, what was creamy pasta? Or toothy torty? Or what did I say? Well, it'll be a good night if you finish it. I've been doing gens and heals, but like the game, I just got done playing. I did all the gens by myself, and then my teammates wouldn't let me open the gate until the killer came over, got the gate open. Then they're just playing with the killer, so I went through the gate and left. Yeah, so that's like, there's like different playstyles people do. Like sometimes people might during events like this, people might like do something quote unquote farming, where they farm for blood points, and blood points is like the leveling currency of the game. And so sometimes, like, if the game's over quickly, or... Yeah, I knew that was gonna happen, yeah. Sometimes if the game's over quickly, or sometimes if, because if you did all the gens the entire game, then they may have been farming the entire game, so they may have been, like, all faffing about just trying to get blood points together while you did the gens. But hey, you doing the gens... Am I holding this while on hook? Girl, priorities. So, it could have just been a farming game. Also, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you, and I appreciate you. Creamy pasta? I thought that was what you meant. What's up, Victoria? Victoria, happy Tuesday. Pasta is life. You guys are so funny. Ooh. Thank you, lovely. Thank you for the reassurance. A little shotgun. I have an idea. Let's leave. I think my chainsaw sexy. It really turns me on. That song? Like, all the killers have been super nice. Sometimes you'll get killers like that, especially during events like this. Like, any blood point farming events, like if there's like a blood moon or a blood fest or anniversary events, you'll see them more frequently. I wouldn't say that they're common or frequent, but they're definitely more frequent. What's up, goddess? What's up, bacon? 2 gens about to poop. Nice, nice, nice. Oh. Goddess, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, he definitely saw me. Oh, okay, I have that and I have this. Okay. Oh, shit. That's right. Oh, nice. Nice, nice, nice. Woo! My God! That was scary, love. Damn. Damn! I got the timing off, damn it. That's alright. That's alright. This build is so strong against the poison, though. Holy moly. I'm doing terribly, Bacon. How are you doing? Can I please, for love of... Wait. Oh. You want to sneeze? Have you tried looking into a light? Lights help sneezes. Yeah. It works very well ghoulishly. Oh, you don't want to sneeze. Oh. Well, say a lot of fruits. That's what helps me not sneeze. Thank you, lovely. I was about to say, I'm not gonna let them get the unhook. I think we need to do gens over there, but I'm too scaled to do gens over there. Damn. Was that Agi? Holy! Because he's very quick. That has to be Agi, right? We're gonna have to run Stun Muffin. Oh! Okay. That was unfortunate. But I had to commit to it. But for some reason it canceled my, unhook. So that was weird. Thank you for the forehead, QC. Yeah, it's so weird how that canceled my unhook. Cause I wasn't moving any buttons and I wasn't WASDing. That was weird. That's unfortunate. Yeah, you're not gonna have a lot of perks at the moment because you don't have a lot of like the DLCs, so just run whatever makes you happy, makes you comfortable. GG's. Ba-dum-bum, da-dum-dum. Do we do that? No, we're good. Oh! Stealing it! Painted black. You took it from Mr. Ware. Womp womp. That's right. Mr. Ware had it for a while. Another level of nutritious and delicious. Ooh-wee! Mr. Ware had it for a very long time. So it definitely got your money's worth. Oh no! That emote is so cute. Oh my gosh. Jorkin. Jorkin Beaner. Jorkin Beaner. Say something. That's a really cute emote. I really like that. So it's funny, the first shot felt like it was like hitting me, but none of the other shots feel like it's been hitting me. I'm afraid to do this gummy ain't doing shit game. You know what I mean? I'm afraid. I'm afraid to do that. We can all live together. Girl. This guy's funny as shit. Miracle! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Look at you, Victoria. Oh, come. Mwah, mwah. I hope people won't be. I'm gonna kill you. Oh. I like his vibes. I don't like his vibes anymore. Less than an hour? I'm keeping track. Alright? I'm painted black. Bum, bum, bum. Bobbin to let you know that I'm leaving Missouri tonight for Florida. Well, hey, good luck on your move. You started my timer. Cortana, start a timer for 1 hour. Yeah, the Rick's vibe started off really strong and then not strong. Who wants to guess that this is the Rick? Bum, bum, bum. I hope you have very good luck in your move, Lyrical. Ba-dum-bum. That's awesome! Well, hey, you know what? Gotta do what you gotta do. My bet's on Rick? Yeah, my bet's on Rick, too. At this point, I'm ready to start taking, like, you know, drinking out of the soju bottle. Because, like, at this point, probably be easier. Road trip! Yippee. Well, hey, have fun. We love a good road trip. Stay cool. Creamy pasta. Do it, Jay. Do it, lady. It's easy not to realize how much you've had. Yeah, I'll do the whole bottle. You think I won't? Think I won't? I'll do the whole bottle. El Twixter. El Twinkster. Happy Pride. I don't feel fuzzy yet. Like, I don't feel like fuzzy wuzzy. I don't feel like tipsy whipsy. I don't know. I don't know. Je ne sais pas. Je ne sais quoi. I don't know. And I've had, what, that was like, what, 8 shots? Nothing. I feel nothing. What's up, coffee? What did you buy? Cheaper to drive than fly. Oof. Yikes. Yeah. And driving's fun because you get a road trip. Who doesn't love a good road trip? Aha! You feel pixely. Foolishly, did I ever tell you the funniest fat joke that I ever got? I'm not, I want to say, chat, I'm not being self-debilitating. Whoa, wait, why are we leaving? Or, what's happening? What? I'm not being self-debilitating. I'm not, like, crying or anything like that, but one of the funniest fucking fat jokes I ever got. So my name is Pixel Kitten, right? To the shock of nobody, my name is Pixel Kitten. And somebody, somebody commented on one of my videos saying, that's not a pixel, that's a byte. Like a B-Y-T-E, you know, because a byte is bigger than a pixel. And I have to say, that was one of the funniest fucking fat jokes I ever got. Like, I'm not even mad about it! This was like 3 years ago, when I was at like my heaviest. The funniest fucking fat joke I've ever done did here. It's so funny. Not even mad. Not even mad. It was very clever. Because, like, that's what I asked. Like, if you're gonna make fun of me, like, at least, like, be clever about it, right? Yeah, exactly. Karaoke road trip? Oh my god, I love that for you guys. Wait, why do I just hear his Terrorities everywhere? I'm so confused. I'm so scared. Wait, oh, okay. Alright, yeah, get the bot. Yeah, fuck that bot! Yeah, it was about, like, 3 years ago when I did a sponsored video for Gunner Optics. Yeah, 3 years ago. Because tomorrow is my 3-year anniversary with Gunner. Oh, okay, so you know how I canceled stream yesterday? So, you know how, oh my god, so I didn't tell you guys this. So, you remember how Gunner canceled all the live streams? And then Gunner said, oh no, the live streams are back. Okay, well, they canceled the live streams again. And, so they canceled the live streams again, right? And so I assumed that there was not going to be a live stream yesterday because there hasn't been. And they literally said that they canceled them. And so, oof, hello fixated value, holy shit. And I put in the Discord, hey, I'm canceling stream, like, my brain's not working, you know, I'm sad, I'm grieving. And I get an email, like, an hour later, hey, the stream is gonna be at this time. It's like, okay. First of all, you said that there weren't going to be streams anymore. Second of all, I already canceled my stream. So. Oh, shit nipples. Oh, that worked out. Oh, kinda. Not really. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it! Damn it. So. Yeah. Gunner's on something. Get it together. Really. Yeah, it's like, if I had known that I was going to get paid yesterday for a sponsored stream, I would have pushed through and done the sponsored stream, and then just, like, ended after the 2 hours. But I had already canceled And so in my mind, I'd already checked out, and it's like I wasn't gonna stream, so yeah. Oh, honestly, I couldn't care less how people spell it. That's why we have like a million different spellings for Guffle. Oh, I just realized I don't have my G Fuel on my screen because I turned it off for something. Oh. Run away! Maybe I can get a health kit out of here. No way. What luck! And I had conviction up? Yeah, if I had known I was gonna get paid yesterday due to sponsor stream, I would have. Oh, you're so hot! Thank you. I love having like at least a pinned message per stream, no matter what. So thank you. You're so hot. Oh my god, guys, tell the mods how hot and tall and talented and handsome they are. I would have done it though. Oh, finally. Ugh, I needed that. Yippee. Oh! Well, can't break that.
Stick in the damn thing.
That's right. Nope, 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 yep, damn it. Damn. Hubby! It is the hubby. Oh, hey. I can get myself up, but I don't have soul guard, so I have to be careful. I'm gonna let him pick me up, the bot pick me up. Oh, do it! Do it, lady! Wait, what? Orgnal, thank you so much for the Prime sub! What the fudge? I'm so sorry, I did not hear that alert. Oh my god, thank you so much for the Prime! Enjoy your 90? Count him. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free viewing and your sub badge. What the fudgies? Did you say I'd bang? Who, the trickster? Thank you. Oh, I just said thank you to a bot. I don't want to talk about it. Oh, what the hell? Thank you so much for the Prime sub. I'm gonna snooze this out, I think. So I think we're not gonna finish this in 3 minutes. What did I do? Oh, that worked out. Okay, bye. Ah! Fixated is so good. I have not used I've only used it Fixated because of this build that I saw on TikTok, but I haven't used Fixated in a very long time. Holy moly. I forgot how good it is. Oh, she wants to get drunk, chat, but I'm not getting drunk. Guys, should I chug the rest of my soju? Ah! I shouldn't, right? That would be irresponsible of me. Oh, yep, see, that's what I was worried about. Actually, yeah. Yeah, it hurt me, because then it gets rid of the poison. The poison for Cusco. The poison made specifically for Cusco. Cusco's ah! Fuck! That scared me! Chug some water. You chug some water! They don't call you creamy mother. Have a good night, dragon set ablaze. Everyone say good night. Also, poke catch. Ultra Lord. Oh my god. Oh, I almost got the skill check. Almost. Creamy mother. So, this is how much is left in the soju. You screamed just like I was worried. Oh no! I'm sorry. Yeah, that was a pretty rough scream. I'm sorry. He came out of nowhere. I should have, like, defaulted to throwing the pallet, but I was scared that he wasn't going to be there and he was going to be around the corner, so I got nervous. He's going to come here, right? Would you like to rub me bum? Oh, thank you. Arcade didn't... wow. Whoa! There is no way your name is Malort and Savior. There is no way your name is Malort and Savior. You're joking. You're absolutely joking. What? Are we taking a shot of Malort right now, or are we taking a shot of Malort right now? What? Thank you so much for the raid! What were you doing? What were you streaming? What were you up to? Yes! I have that too! I have it saved. So I think I have like a bottle that's like almost empty. And then I have like a full bottle because I knew I was gonna finish this one. So my brother and I go to the Malort Crawl every year. Malort, have you ever been to the Malort Crawl in Wrigleyville? Oh man. Oh, he's on first hook. I can go for the door. You have not? Highly recommend. This past year's might be like my favorite that they did. They do it in the summer every year in Wrigleyville. And it's just oh my god, I'm downside. Oh no, yeah. It's so worth the trip, especially like if you like don't frequent Chicago, because then you could like do all like the touristy stuff. But I live in the area, so it's not so bad for me. But oh my god, it's so worth it because it's just you know, like a couple hours of a bunch of bars that are like blocked off, or not blocked off, but like are for that have like a bunch of Malort cocktails. Oh, I mean this door was ready, but I mean you know what you're doing. Ah! Ah! You know what? He does know what he's doing. I should be good. Even if he does his special, I should be okay. Unless he's got no it. Oh, wait! Hold on. Wait, no! If he had just, like, humped me a little bit, I would have gotten my, my conviction. Yo, GG's. That was a fun game. GG's. I don't do very well against tricksters. I'll take it. And that's amore. Yo, GG's. Hell yeah. Oh, wow! Remember me, too. Oh, the fun. Oh, fuck me. Not fun. You're Gucci. He called me Fung Min. You said you're playing 7 Days. Oh, nice! One of my mods, Bat Kyle, loves 7 Days. Also, I do put edible glitter into here called Brew. Wait, what do I call? What's it called? Brew glitter. It's called Brew Glitter. And so chat makes me make shiny Malort. So here's to you, Malort and Savior. Oh man, that was so scary. Also, my brother has a Malort tattoo too. Yes! Shots. I've had a really rough week, so I've been waiting to drink today. Pretty pickles, ooh, pretty pickles. Cheers. Salud. Yummy. Yeah, we love Malort here. Yuck. Also, if you have to raid and run, Please get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, nummies and babbies. Go eat, go pee, go poo, go stretch, go drink. Also got these, from the Malort Crawl too. This little, like, tramp stamp tattoo and this little sticker. I have a couple other stuff too. I don't remember where I put it. But they give us a shirt every year too. Yeah. If you can swing it, it's especially if you, like, I don't know, if you make, like, a trip out of it. I mean, Chicago's always worth it, right? I hate Malort, but I'm from Chicago, so I've had you've had two numerous times. I have probably over 20 empty bottles of Malort in my collection. Here's an old clip of it. What's up, Demon? Demon, happy Tuesday. Also, an ad is about to play right now. I'm sorry. Ad now. No ad in game. That was a fun game, though. Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. Do we like this build still? I do still like this build. You're a champ? If I had a nickel.
Which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice, right?
Playing as Hanako is, like, the coolest thing ever. Be right back, gotta shake the money tree? What does that mean? Hello, the dragon! Happy Tuesday! Yeah, so, the Malort shot is starting to make me think about it a little, or make me feel it a little bit. Oh. I'm so happy with the skin. And I've been very happy. Like, I love playing as Alessa. Like, don't get me wrong, I love Alessa so much. Cause she's like my favorite to go to with the Cheryl skin. But Hanako is just so dope. You know what I mean? Fine Tuesday, innit, governor? I'm trying to find out what Malort is all about. So, Malort is a wormwood liqueur that Jepson's is the distillery. Jepson's distillery made it to purposely taste like ass. Like, it's meant to taste like booty cheeks, you know? But, Malort and Xavier, have you tried their whiskey? The Jepson's Malort whiskey is very good for whiskey. I just hate whiskeys. But if you want something from Jepson that actually tastes good and not like ass butt, the whiskey's really good. Yeah, Malort is meant to taste like ass. However, when you're doing the Malort crawl, they do mix the cocktails with a lot of, like, things that pair well with Malort, particularly things that are, like, citrusy and grapefruity. There was this one that was, like, 2 years ago. It was, like, a grapefruit soda or something that they mixed with it. That was really good. They do Malort. What did we have this year? I still have to. I never even edited the video, my vlog for it. I did we did Malort Jello shots. Those still taste like ass. Yes, I keep my updates. I'm trying to get sponsored by Malort. So Malort on Instagram DM'd me 3 years ago. Hey Pixel, we love your content. We would love to send you some Malort goodies. Send us an address that's good to send, like, some, like, free swag to. And I responded immediately, because it's Malort. When Malort messages, you respond. And I responded immediately with my address. And they never sent me the free shit. And I was just like, okay. So I'm still trying to get that Malort, like, sponsor, or to have them notice me. At least, like, in, like, the smallest little bit, you know what I mean? But it's fine. I'm not at all salty about it. I even messaged them like a year or so later saying, hey, like, whoa! I even messaged them like a year later, like, hey, like, do you still want to send me some free shit that you had messaged me about? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, that's so funny. What? Oh, damn. Hey, I'll take it. That was pretty decent. I agreed, Malort. Like, even just, like, a cheeky little notice. Like, for them to notice me, right? But yeah. Because it's not like I messaged them. They messaged me, asking me if they could send me some free shit. And I was like, don't leave me on red. That's fine. It's fine. It's been like 3 or so years now. I'm over it. Ish. It's my first time going against the plague in this event. I wonder how the heals work with her power. Like, if we're all broken, I imagine we don't heal. You know what I mean? Nice. Hopefully that was ruin. Thank you, lovely. Nope. Girl, you're gonna get stinky if you touch that. No, no, no. Alright. Mega might be new. Or just doesn't care. She's either new or doesn't care. Rebuild pallets. I'll go rebuild this pallet. Give me some more za pasta. Or maybe she's got resilience or something? I don't know. So, want to hear something funny? So, you know how Pixel doesn't know how to read because I dropped out of college? So, it says that this is unbreakable pallets. I did not know that it said unbreakable pallets. I thought it said breakable pallets. Oh my god, she missed. That's so disappointing because now my power is messed up. Oh no! What? That's so unfortunate. Aw, man, that's so unfortunate. If she had hit me there, I would have gotten the sprint burst from the endurance, but unfortunately she missed. That's so unfortunate. But yeah, I didn't read that this said unbreakable pallets. I thought it said breakable pallets, and so I thought it turned every pallet into, like, those breakable pallets. You know, the fragile ones. I never, like, because I dropped the college and I don't know how to read, I never noticed that it said unbreakable pallets. So I didn't know that the killers just, like, never broke them. Yeah, didn't know that. Yummy! Mwah! Thank you for the forehead kissy. Until I saw a TikTok from a killer's perspective that showed that they can't break pallets. I was like, excuse me? And so I'm gonna be a lot less greedy from now on. Also, Cool Cam, mwah! Thank you for the forehead kissy. This gen is super far away, or this pool is super far away. It's by a completed gen. I feel comfortable doing this. This doesn't proc my conviction, right? Because that's not healing somebody else. Yeah, damn. That's alright. That's alright. Ooh, where was Possum? Okay, so Possum is doing a gen over there, which means I can finish that gen over there. Or I could just do plate stuff. What do you guys think? I mean, I'm on death hook. No one else has been hooked yet. I could just do plates, right? I could be on plate duty. Oh, man. Oh, damn. But I can't get my endurance on my own anymore. That's alright. That's alright. Well, it doesn't make sense for me to get the save. Oh, damn. It does not make sense for me to get the save because I don't want to get stinky. But I have a feeling that the Tori might not be trying for the save because I have Bond and I don't see her here. So, yep, bye. I ain't trading. She's gonna cleanse? Yeah, okay, so the Tori might be new too. That's alright. New players are okay. Nothing wrong with new players. Nothing wrong with new people. Nothing wrong with it. Yeah, cleansing when both people on hook are stinky is certainly a choice. Especially when I'm death hook, but that's fine. I'm gonna be greedy and cleanse because once again, I'm on death hook. Yeah, see Tori? See how that probably wasn't the best idea? We learn! We learned though. Now she's gonna know. She's gonna know this for next time. What's up, Cool Cam? Happy Tuesday. Oh, wow. Wasn't the gen over here that the other Hanako was working on, maybe? It was. And it's not stinky anymore. Girl, you get on this gen. I'm leaving. Nope. Alright. Alright. I'm not getting on the gen. I'm not getting stinky again. Uh-uh. I'll find another one to do. Where is she? How are you doing, Cool Cam? Like, making sure she doesn't touch the gen. Get it, Tori. Get the save! Get the save, Tori! Redemption! Get it, Goyle. Do it, lady. That's gonna be hard to do with your sick, though, love. Yeah, I knew she was gonna come from my gen. She only has one gen left. Of course she's gonna add pressure to that. You don't have poison anymore, though. Which is good for me. Oh, shit, nipples. Yeah. I was hoping she'd be a little bit more, como se dice, greedy. That's right. Nice. But they did get her up. I'll take it. A win is a win. You're doing good? Hell yeah. There was a chest down here. Let's see if I can get lucky. Oh, the gen's almost done. Nice. That Meg has to have a gen perk. Ugh. That Meg has to have a gen perk, because that gen went by super quick. Get that door, baby Goyle. I got you. I got you. This might be my first escape tonight! Oops. Yo, I'm just leaving. I ain't risking that. I ain't risking that. Because I'm not sure if she thinks that that was that Hanako or that she thought that that was me. I'm leaving. I feel like the only person that hasn't played this game. Well, Creepshow, if you're watching a DBD stream, you might be one of the few. But there are a lot of people that in this stream that haven't played this game. GG's. But yeah, this was going to be my first escape of the night. I was going to sneak right out. Have a good night, Glue Kazoo. Friday the 13th, it was okay? Yeah, that one was just okay. What kind of games do you like, Creepshow? Would you guys believe if I told you how to pee again? I broke the seal. Yeah, which is your favorite Resident Evil? I'm gonna go pee-pee! Alright, I'll be right back. Okay, so he has Grim. I'm gonna assume Pain-Res as well. And I'm assuming that was Blood Favor, maybe? I don't know. No, it wasn't Blood Favor. What was that? Okay, I'm gonna heal you, because I have botany. Oh, is this? Oh, thank you. I can't wait to mess this up. Alright, that's their second stack of Grim. I'm gonna go for the save, I think. Oh, Birkin, thank you. I could not remember his name. Oh, please pick towards me. Please pick towards me. Please, 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 please. I didn't have a beam. I forgot I had the flashbang! Ah! That's what you get for giving me that's right, redemption. Thank God for redemption. Oh my God. Oh, a deli! Oh, purr! Okay. Something. Oh no. Do we hold him? Ah, damn. We don't hold him, right? I fucked up. That's right, he fucked it up too. Meow. No Pelin here, no Pelin here, on the right. No Pelin here, on the right. Shabby. Shabby. Oh. Wanna hear something funny, guys? Bye. Oh! Get shit on. Alright, I did not boon a totem because I forgot to boon a totem. So I'm just gonna get as far away as I can and then die. Oh, I'm gonna get as far away as I can. Alright, I'm gonna die in this pallet. Do you guys mind? I'm so sorry. Not to be dramatic or anything, Sable, but... Oh, jeez. That was very funny. Thank you. Don't throw that pallet. Alright, let me get out of the way a second. Oh! W mods. W mods. Is this where I want to go? I don't think this is where I want to go, but this gen is done, so there's no palette here, and I don't like this palette, but that's fine. Oh, you wanted that so bad, Birkin. Watch this. Fuck you. You ruined my funny. That's fine. Why is there no god palette? Oh, there it is. I found it. You guys are so dramatic for no reason. That scream gets me every time. You're home! Yes! Oh my god, welcome home, sick. Also, Danny. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissing. Want your bad romance. I think this is the last one. You're awake! Oh, we got 2 more. Good. Or 1 more now. Whoa. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Zombie! Oh. Sorry, honey. Oh, pointers. Zombie magic. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissing. Hell yes, sick. You deserve it. Long ass day. Holy shit. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the treats. Wait, Zombie, did I give you a kissy? Mwah. Sporebound. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Of course, Danny. Of course, of course. You still streaming right now, Zombie, or are you done for the day? How's games? They're alright. You're very done? Good. Yeah, but you've been killing it with all of your goals, though. The soju's great. I wasn't gonna finish the whole bottle, but I'm gonna finish the whole bottle. Really? Which one is it? It's peach. It was on sale on Amazon Fresh. Is it? I love soju, but it was on sale for Prime Day. I was like, I couldn't resist. Nice. Oh. Zombie, don't make me cry. Because I will. Ritzy! Think of the forehead kissy. It's like vodka, but without making me, like, cringe every time I, like, drink it. Not because I don't like it, but because, alcohol makes me, like, react, you know? I'm here to bully you. I wouldn't have it any other way. To ask you who you know. You stinky? I showered this morning, so I know that's a lie.
No, you.
Stretch! Ooh, let's see if we can get a back crack. Let's see. Yeah! Oh. I guess the first side was too good. I couldn't do the other one. Rootsy, really? It's very, millennial, isn't it? Just a whittle pop. I'm gonna touch my toes off camera because there's a lot of cleavage going on right now. There we go, okay. Lots of cleavage. Oh, yeah. W awareness of the boo. Wait, that I had awareness? That was like some exorcist moves? You like that? What's up, Irish Gambit? Irish Gambit, happy Tuesday / Wednesday, depending on anyone's time zone. Really? Did you? T.
Go on. Give him a nibble.
Pixel is a super awesome person with positive energy, talented streamer who never fails to entertain and just all-round great friend to know smile.
Oh, that too, yeah. Can I have a mod ban Zombie Magic? Hey, Zombie Magic, thanks for the bits. Here's the bat. Yep. See, Sick gets me. Sick just understands me and gets me in a way that no one else does. On it! Thank you, Angel. Zombie, thank you for the 100 bits. Don't ever be nice to me ever again. Ever again.
You're on PC?
Hello, personal computer. Show me 2 emo goils kissing. Yeah! Aww! Rootsy! Whatever. Anonymous. Anonymous.
Hello?
Anonymous, thank you for gifting a sub to Pudgy Bug. Oh, Raven. I did trigger the sleeper agent in the mods going, ban. Thank you for giving this up to Pudgy Budge, Anonymous. Belly's full, blue flowers, red thorns. Oh, I don't get that. Irish. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. I have already had 2 hype trains today. I've had a level 6 hype train and a level 5 hype train. The Choo Choo has chewed his last chew. I didn't want to do that to them. Nah, that's fair. You're weak. Oh, can I get a mod? Irish. Can't forget the forehead kisses. Can't do it. If I did miss anybody's kisses or messages, please let me know, though. Ah, you got Emu loading! Do you have Georgie yet, though? You got Georgie? I've been here long enough. Hey! Zombie, good. Good. Please get your break. Please take care of yourself. Oh my god, please don't apologize. I hope I haven't made anyone feel like they need to apologize for not being here, you know? And if that's the case, I'm sorry if that's ever happened, but I hope I don't make anyone feel, like, bad for not being here. So please don't apologize. Do not. Do not. Do not. Hi, Jojo. Oh. Oh, war. Oh, no. That's alright. There's no expectation to be here. Even my mods aren't ever expected to be here. I'm sorry. I'm always here. See, that apology is warranted. I'm joking. The strange need to apologize or something? I'm gonna need a drink more if that's the case. I need him.
Give him a nibble.
Okay, if you want Georgie, it's a level 2 emote. Don't get to a level 3. Just if you need to get him, it's a level 2 hype train. Oh god, that scared the hell out of me. Okay. What? Oh. You did that. I'm.
Help me, I'm poor.
Ooh. Got a blast. I don't get that. No, I don't. It was worth a shot, though. He sees me. Okay. I wasn't sure if I could do something like silly there, and I thought it was worth the shot. I definitely think it was worth it. I totally think it was worth it. Because it could have been funny. And unfortunately it just wasn't. Okay, Lara Croft. I need you to know that that gen was pretty close to being done. How many skill checks did you miss? Oh, we had DMS. Okay, Lara Croft, I forgive you because my mistake. My mistake. I forgot there was DMS on there. Oh, please, please don't pick me up. Okay, thank you. Oh, I was gonna be so sad. Oh my god, did you do the math? Oh my god.
No, don't tell me. My imagination filling
Supernova! Enjoy your Lurky Turkey War. Thank you for the 849 bits for teasing the hype train. You won! I love edging. It only helps in the bedroom, you know what I mean? Don't yell at me. I know a thing or two about a thing or two. Thank you for the 849 bits. Feels so good. It does. Edging's always good. Edging's good for you. Especially for anybody who struggles with cumin too quickly. Good morning, boo. Good morning. Oh, I didn't realize he had Ruin. I did not realize that. But if anybody has issues with cumin too early, edging actually helps with that. Like it's like working out a muscle.
I am old, Gandalf. I don't look it, but I am beginning to feel it in my heart of hearts. Well preserved indeed. Why, I feel all thin, sort of stretched, if you know what I mean, like butter that has been scraped over too much bread. That can't be right. I need a change, or something.
Is that the book quote? Where are the totems? Donde está le totems? Also, Kyle, they were the 100 birds. That was the book quote. Okay. I was like, I don't have that one memorized. Oh. What did I do? Oh, that's my first time not getting hit by that. Very exciting. Very exciting. I found it! I found it! I found it! I found it! I found. No! War, no! That's not what you're supposed to do! War, no! No! War, what have you done? What have you done? No! Oh no! Was it because of the 100 bits? Dude, I hate when edging backfires. But hey, thanks for the 17.99 bits. You know what I'm saying? Oh no! Oh no! Clear the conversation. No, that's right. I clear. I'm gonna get that. My win condition is to get that ruin to emote totem. Sorry, Georgia, my brain. Oh my god, Hinako, I love you so much. Thank you, Zarina. All right, let me get the totem. Me. Edgelord! Wow! Hey! You know, there's still a chance. There's still a chance. A bottle of liquor? There is still a chance. Yeah. Yeah, don't clear level 3, guys. You should be Gucci as a coochie. Nobody touch the hype train. Didn't see me coming. Whoa!
You have little time left.
I know. Adsor is my nickname in high school. Shut up. Oh my god! Holy bananas! Holy banana hammock. Whoa, shnappa bubba. Oh my god, this is working. This build is so stupid. This build is so fucking stupid. But it works. I can't believe that worked! Holy! Oh, there's no pallet here. Well. Damn. Oh. Oh, I don't have conviction. So I'm just sat here. Dumb. Raven, no! Oh, wait. No, okay, actually, no, I understand. Yeah, okay. Raven, yes! Yeah. Because, yeah, you need to get in on a hype train if you want the Georgie. Hopefully you get the Georgie. You have time. There's a lot of wiggle room before it gets a little... Okay. Raven, thank you for the 100 bits. But yeah, the Raven needed to do that to get in on the Georgie. What teensy bit? In my good gracious heavens? What? Oh, sweet heavens! Do you want me to tell you where she is? I'll tell you. She's down here. I'll tell you. Come here. Come here. Do you want to know where she is? I'll let you know where she is if you let me live. Sensitive was my nickname in middle school. I'm still sensitive. BJ, hey! Ah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Damn, I wish I had conviction. I wish I had it so much. Pick me up! Trust! Good girl. Take her, not me! Yes. 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 I figured he was doing, you know, I figured he was doing it, you know? I figured he was doing the thing. Manifesting Georgie! Come here, lovely! Come here! Oh, do you want to wiggle? Are we? Oh, okay. Oh. I don't know what you want from me. I'm autistic. I need to be told, like, what you want. I can't, like... I am not sure what you want from me. Yes, I have conviction now. Yay, thank you. Okay, I don't want to do 4 gens. I really don't want to do 4 gens. Do you mind? I really don't want to do 4 gens. Oh, man. Okay, here we go, guys. Here we go, guys. No! You guys didn't get Georgie. Oh no, Cleo, the condensation. Do we know who to blame? I know who to blame. Wait, 1 out of 7 chance? I am. Damn. I have 1 more level 2 emote. The only level 2 emote that's left for you is probably Georgie, right? Oh, man. Well, hey, in an hour, there's another hype train that could proc. Unless you guys want to know who else is live. It's showing you? So it's showing you that just like, it's just Georgie that you can't get? That's so funny. Hey, Cortan, computer, set a timer for 1 hour. Oy, Jamoy. That's a 100% chance. That's true. That's true. But it's only level 2, right? Like, if there's a level higher, she has a percentage to get, like, the other ones. No? We have to complete level 2. Okay. See, look at what you've done. There we go. Okay. We could be level 120 and she has a chance to get Georgie. Oh my god, 120 is insane. What is our record? Was it like 17? Oh, Henry. It was a stupid ass one. It was a stupid ass one and Georgie. That's so funny. Edging train in stream live in my Christian Minecraft server. Wow, I can do a whole totem before that goes off. That's nice to know. Hey, what's up, Aether Fox? The artist formerly known as Votable Anti-Fox. Welcome in. Happy Tuesday / Wednesday, depending on everybody's time zone. Oh, sorry, I'm jorking my peener. And by jorking my peener, I mean I'm petting my cat. Oh, she want to be hooked? Oh, I see. I'll do it. There you go. Oh, level 2. You have a chance at it. Cool. Well, don't kill me. I'm a healer? Look at your stinky little, like, fleshy booty.
That's a big word for elbow.
Get it off! Get it off! Yippee! Oh, does the arena just go like bye? Don't worry, I'll do the gens. El Deserte. Yummy, A. Oh. Goodbye, A. Oh. She just checked out. Kill her! Kill her! Wait, really, Milkman? Do you want me to follow you? I don't know what you want from me. I need very specific instructions. Had a couple friendly killers. I don't remember what all they've been though. Zarina, help me! Jorkin Peener. He's just so cute! Big fluffy boy. After he killed everyone else, he let me go. The Freddy just told me someone had to live to tell the tale. That is so funny. Someone had to live to tell the tale. It's so funny. I also would like to point out that I also did the very first... So I just did 4 gens, right? The very first gen that was completed, I'm pretty sure I did as well. So I'm pretty sure I just did all fucking 5 gens. Oh, man. Vecna, if you choose to kill somebody, please let it be her. If you do. You can let us both live. But if you choose to kill anybody, let it be her. It's MVP, hella blood points is what I'm hearing. Zoom! Now kill her and mori her. No, don't put that out there. I'll root for a 1 point or a level 1 hype train for you. I know I said right. Oh wait, let's see the. Ah, boo. But hey, objective 10,000. GG's. GG's. Temp. GG's. Hey! 1.5 hours, so I gotta go back in the closet. Cold Black Woofy. I have had this entire bottle of soju up to here. And then a shot of Midlord as well. Please don't forget. What's up, Fernand Ferromp? How are you gonna feel when tomorrow comes around and it's June 31st? One more day of Pride! Hey, coffee, cheers! Ugh. You'll be proud of my next Minecraft project. What is that? What is your next project? Oh no, I don't have any more batteries! Well, time to spend some blood points. Dr. Pepper? Just regular Dr. Pepper or any, like, a speciality Dr. Pepper? No villager cruelty? Can't relate. I can't relate to that problem. How do you do that, Kels? Do you just, like, lead the zombies to a village? Typical by... Okay. Okay. That's fair. Wait, led zombies to the villagers? Oh, how do you treat zombie bites? Okay, pretend like the enter didn't go through. Golden apple? Oh my god, I forgot about that. Yeah, that's an OG thing. Oh my god, we have 4 flashlights. Yeah, I'll leave the flashlight on just because of Champion of Light. Oh, you have to do both? Oh, I don't have a thing to make potions though. Lightport incoming? Yeah, but it's okay though. Because I'm using it for Champion of Light. Rock and stone. Slimes? What are slimes used for? I remember when slimes first came out in Minecraft. Welcome back, Leon's Moenes. Boon, you stuck on my face. You can feed them blocks and they'll do fancy things. Uh-huh. Uh-huh, sure. Sure. Why is my music still playing? Alright. I love when technology doesn't work. Alright. Okay, I was about to get fucking pissed. I was on God about to end stream. On God, I was about to end stream. Like, if I have any tech issues today, I'm ending stream. Oh! Hello, Henry. Couldn't possibly be the same one. I love Vanilla Craft, but people need the modded by just... Is Vanilla Craft just Minecraft without mods? Because that's what I do if that's the case. No, yeah, okay, so that's what I do then. I don't know, the first time I've ever modded anything in my entire world ever was the in-game mods for Baldur's Gate 3. That's the only time I've ever modded anything. I've never done any other mods any other time. Nightshade Jade did 5 bits 13 minutes ago and my dumbass didn't notice. I just want to put that out there. Jade, thank you for the 5 bits from 13 minutes ago, by the way. Yippee. Holy. Why am I the worst streamer ever, guys? Air fire! Yippee! Ah, shitables. Oh, is that all Minecraft speak? Okay, I think I can hook them now. That was scary, loves. Dino Nuggies! W air fryer. And apparently like my husband. Oh, you don't have to lie about it. Why are you telling the bill? What did he do to you? Woo! Yeah, take me. What did I do? Oh, good one, good one, good one. Woo! Okay, I disagree that hit. No! Okay, that one I'd agree with. That one I agree with. $80 for delivery? What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh, whoa! Let's go! Oh, I love this game mode. This game mode is so broken. It makes me so happy. Yo! Discord invite? Do I have anyone available to do a cheeky little Discord invite for Milkman? Milkman. Na-na-na-na-na-na-na. Milkman. Ooh. Yeah, he has Champion of Light too. Nice. We're gonna look toxic like we're playing together. Takes a war. I have an idea. Let's leave. I can't tell if he's still being chased. I'm scared. In game and not working, only to look over and see so many W's. I've done that. I type like my WASD either in here or in the mod chat and was like, why am I not moving? What's up, Nye? Nye, happy Tuesday. This map is very red. Yeah, it's playing against Henry. He makes it red. Hello. Hey, Nyquist, do your thing. If you want.
War. You're such a good little mod.
What? All the gens are done? What the fudge? Not you guys doing it at the same time, by the way. You're a war. You're such a good little bitch. Main res, by the way. That was really funny. Thank you for the shout out for Nyquist. That was very funny. That was very, very funny. No, that was so you and War are the only ones that have like a little like cheeky little sound alerts like that. And apparently they overlap. Didn't know that. Oh, Hinako. So cool. Ooh. Sorry, I mean to print scram it to F12. Sorry. There you go. So all my friends are on Hook. Oh, actually, they're fine, which means I'm gonna go back to this generator. Yeah. Maybe I should go get them. Should I? Ah! Okay. Oh, there. Ooh, but can I go and heal so I can get conviction? Yes! Okay. War. Ha! You're a bitch! That works too! There will be an alert. The alert is just Leon moaning. I'm a scouted. Oh, he's not coming? Okay, girl, he does do a multi-hit, so I don't think I can do that, yeah. What did I do? Alright, I'll leave so he's not going towards the hook. Oh, Stagger. Hello, Stagger. Oh, okay, girl. That's fine. Slug me! Slug me! Slug! Sweetie! Sweetie! Mwah. Thank you for the 4 kissy. I have never been... No, don't go to basement! Okay, no, it's right. We should be good. He won't make it a basement. So, we're good. We're good. We're good. That's the entire alert. This is 11 minutes of Leon moaning. Limited moaning or warnings before moans? Oh. That would be really funny. That would be very funny. I have a youngin' over. You don't have a headset on? I'm joking. Hello, young people of America. God, that's so good. Oh, this is so not a good idea. I'm tempted to go do cakes just to heal us. You know what I mean? I think I'm gonna go do cakes because if Ludi the God, by the way, holds out for me to do these cakes. Oh, there's only one fucking gen left, you idiot. Which means there's no fucking cakes. I'm so stupid. I'm so stupid. Damn. I'm the worst streamer ever. Oh, okay. Damn, I feel so stupid. That's right. Chloe! Mwah. Thank you for the 4 kissy. Ha! If I'm watching you live or your YouTube, oh, you're gonna make me have a complex. I do have conviction up. Sorry, I don't usually last until there's one gen left. I'm usually dead long before now. Oh, he's coming here. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do for you, love. Oh, poops! That's alright. That's alright. I should have left sooner, but that's okay. Because if he picks him up, perfect. Then I'll conviction and I'll get myself out. I'm gonna have to escape, though. Because with conviction, I go down. She's healed. Yeah, she's healed, so she has a chance. But I was gonna go down with conviction either way. GG's. Bum bum ba bum ba ba na 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 na. Shots? I am almost done. I'm almost done with my bottle of soju. All the liquor hang out at the bottom or something? Am I supposed to shake that? Jack Daniels Blackberry? Yum. Yum, yum, yum. I'm gonna play an ad. Ad now, no ad in game. What do you think, Jojo? Holy. Hi, do you wanna say hello? You're so cute, my little loaf. I love my little loaf. I love my little loaf. Look at that big belly. I love you so much. I love you so much. Because you're big belly. You have big belly like mommy. You got big belly? So cute. What doing? Alright, maybe the shots are catching up a little bit. The honey, the Jack Daniels honey? That's really good, yeah. I don't have that anymore because I finished it. But yeah, the Jack Daniels honeys is really good. Toothpaste! Oh my god. I have to post this in, you just reminded me. I have to post this in, cat photos or animal photos or whatever it's called. Oh my god! I see Indy. So cute panda pants. Oh, so cute. Alright, here's this picture of Midnight that I took right before stream. Big old toofies. Alright, animal photos in the Discord if you guys are there. Oh my god, I know, Jojo. I know. I know, Jojo. Why are you so cute? I'm gonna eat you. Itching a DBD one day? It's a trap. Oh my god, look at all these flashlights. It's the Champion of Light strat. Are you so cute? Oh, you need to reinstall it? Yeah. Oh, I'll even reinstall it. Why are you flapping about your tail like you're mad? What did I do? What did I do? Jasper! I think I'm still solo queuing because I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know what I'm doing. Whoa! Kyle! Kyle, this is for you. This is for you. Oh my god, that's so true, unfortunately. Yep. Yep. Be a simple kind of man. Be something you love and understand. Be a simple kind of man. You little bitch. No way she got home field advantage. That's insane. How to get that character? This one? It's in the store for like just shy of 1,500 Oryx cells, I think. Because I don't think she's on sale. I don't think she's on sale. But Hinako just came out today. Oh, fudge nipples. Oh, I was gonna steal that. No way! I would love to see a Hinako cosplay from you. I think she's so dope. Why are you so obsessed with me? At least I have my conviction up. I like that a lot. Well, I guess my gen's not gonna get pain res, so. Oh, yeah, no problem. Oh, they said I'm getting all the gen regression. Because what, that was pain res and, was that pop? Good girl! Yes! Yo, let's go! That was awesome. Holy shit. Yeah, you're like 3 feet of long hair into a little wig. No problem. Little bob wig. No problem. That was awesome. I think that was the Arella that did that, right? Oh, I just realized this person's name is Bubbling. Yo, Progressive! Progressive Lotus, welcome in! What's up, Lacey Larson? Hello, lovelies. Welcome in, Raiders! What's up? Welcome in! Holy shit! Thank you guys so much for all the follows. Welcome in! I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you all. And I appreciate you all. Welcome, welcome. Oh, okay, so... Oh, window here. Didn't realize that was a window there. Oh my god. Whoa! Poops and goops. Oh, man. Howdy! What's up, Progressive Lotus? Welcome in. How was your stream? What were you up to? Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Pixel Kitten. I play a lot of DBD and a variety of other games. We are a DBD creator. And, Hanako just came out, which is so cool. We love Silent Hill. We love Silent Hill F. Donuts! Guys, what flavored, or what type of donut is your go-to donut? Mine would be, like, the regular donut. Like, it's like, I guess you could say, like, the Homer Simpson special. The pink donut with sprinkles. Love that shit. Also, Hex, beef jerky, welcome in. A double chocolate. Okay, so, like, a chocolate donut with a chocolate icing on top. Boston cream. Okay, when I was a child, I thought Boston creams were the most disgusting things that ever existed in my entire life because I thought, like, the texture of the cream coming out of the donut was, like, the grossest thing. Now I'm a fan. Boston cream in my pants? Hey, yo. Krispy Kreme? You said Krispy Kreme? Hold on. What is happening? Holy shit! Krispy Kreme glazed fresh. Oh, okay, Kay. Blueberry fritter. I don't think I've had that. Cinnamon twist? Bloody Drummer Boy and Nania? Thank you guys so much for the raids. Was this planned? Hello? Double, triple rainbow? Yeah, War, exactly. Maple donuts? Ooh, I think I may have had a maple donut before. I don't remember. Welcome in, Raiders. Thank you guys so much for the raids. We're asking the Raiders what everyone's favorite donuts are. Double rated. What the fudge? Thank you guys so much. Welcome in. What's everyone's favorite kind of donut? Also, if you guys need to go raid and run, Lotus, Drummer Boy, Nania, please make sure you get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bath and breaks, namis, and bevies. Go eat, go pee, go poo, go stretch, go drink. Please take care of yourselves. And thank you guys so much for the raids. What the fudgy wudgies? How are the games? They're going okay. A little silly, a little willy. I've drank an entire bottle of soju. So you know, heavy drunk by daylight. I've been having a really rough time this week, and not even just this week, but like, having a really rough time. Period. But this week has been especially shite, and it was like I want to get fucking drunk. You know what I mean? So I am. Trevor Boy, mwah, thank you for the forehead kiss. See, please go to bed. Please take care of yourself. God, I love my mods so much. Oh! God, that was scary, guys. Thank you for the shoutouts for Nania as well. Oh my god, I just got healed. That's so annoying. I'm so sorry, lovely. I don't approve of this message. I'm so sorry. Here, we'll go here. I can see a little bit better. Woo! Good girl. Good girl. Good girl. Oh, I was spamming E, though. Yes, progressive me too! Oh, the skin is so pretty. Also, Newt! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss. He was very much looking forward to the skin when it came out. Hope things get better for you, Nania. Thank you so much. You're so sweet. I'm sure they will. It's just, is, you know, a girl? Yes. This is the Goyle. What's up, Otto? Welcome in. Oh, sorry. Cat hair in my mouth. I got distracted. What was I saying? Yeah, I'm sure things will get better. But, you know, for now, they're pretty shit. Thank you, Arella. I love you. British cat lady! Meow. Thanks, Arella. Love you. Give me. Remy! Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Ooh, wait. Are you gonna need to get... Woo! You're on Arella, right? You're on Arella? Okay. Little Gucci as a coochie. I don't think the three of us are making it out. I'm not gonna lie. Hello, Laura. Oh, look at the little claws in her hands. Did you guys see that? Okay, bye. Swole nerd. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. I do have fixated, right? No, this does nothing, actually. Let us deploy. Run! Run, Lara, run, run. Lara, run! Lara, run! I'll run this way. You know, I wish that that trap was still here. How nice would it have been if that trap was still here? Wait, is it? Ah, poops and goops. Stop poisoning me! Damn it! Man, how many poisons? I haven't played Killer yet this event. How many poisons did the killers get? It seems unlimited. Ah, yeah. Must be nice to heal everybody. Bitches. Choking. 4? Well, they used 3 on me right there. Holy shit. Have a good night, Progressive. Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. I never realized. I saw a TikTok about it, and it's been working all night. It's been really nice. Champion of Light and Fixated has been, like, a godsend. That we had this game against a Bubba earlier. Oh, man. It was so good. Gucci as a coochie, as it were. GG's. You'll be using that. Yeah, it helps so much. Do you guys mind if I go pee? I know. She's peed like 3 times, 5 times, 6 or 7 times tonight. I know. But I had an entire bottle of soju and a shot of Malort. In the meantime, you guys can tell me what my next shot can be. I have Kraken rum, Fruit Loops vodka, Malort, Pink Whitney, Tequila Reposado, Tequila Blanco, and apple pie moonshine. So you guys tell me what shot to take, and I'll be. Okay, so he has he has Grim. I'm gonna assume Payrez as well. And I'm assuming that was Blood Favor, maybe? I don't know. No, it wasn't Blood Favor. What was that? Okay, I'm gonna heal you, because I have Botany. Oh, is this? Oh, thank you. I can't wait to mess this up. Alright, that's their second stack of Grim. I'm gonna go for the save, I think. Oh, Birkin! Thank you! I could not remember his name. Oh, please pick towards me. Please pick towards me. Please. I didn't have a beam! I forgot I have the flashbang! Ah! That's what you get for giving me that's right, redemption. Thank God for redemption. Oh my God. Oh, and Deli! Oh, purr! Okay. something. Oh, no. Do we hold him? God damn. We don't hold him, right? Ah, I fucked up. That's right, he fucked it up too. Meow. No pellet here, no pellet here on the right. No pellet here on the right. Shabby. Shabby. Oh. Wanna hear something funny, guys? Bye. Oh! Get shit on. Alright, I did not boon a totem because I forgot to boon a totem. So I'm just gonna get as far away as I can and then die. Oh, I'm gonna get as far away as I can. Alright, I'm gonna die in this pallet. Do you guys mind? I'm so sorry. Not to be dramatic or anything, Sable, but... Oh, jeez. That was very funny. Thank you. Don't throw that pallet. Alright, let me get out of the way a second. Oh! W mods. W mines. Is this where I want to go? I don't think this is where I want to go, but this gen is done, so there's no palette here, and I don't like this palette, but that's fine. Oh, you wanted that so bad, Birkin. Watch this. Fuck
Salted
you.
Loki, are you here?
You ruined my
It's okay if you're not.
That's fine. I have a question for you. It's okay if you're not here. Pink Fruit Loops. All right. Here. How about this? You are? Okay, Loki. What time zone are you in? That was my question. All right. So I'll make a deal with you guys. I'll make a deal with you guys. I will do your EST. Okay. I'll make a deal with you guys. If we hit 50% of our weekly sub goal today, I will do a shot of both of them. Wow! We've already hit 55 subs out of our 100 sub goal for the week? I guess I'll do a shot. I guess we're doing Pink Winnie and Fruit Loops vodka. That's crazy. Shiny. You know what? I want to go to the liquor store with my dad but like a different liquor store, because there's this one liquor that they have that's so good. I haven't had it since I used to like work at Benny's. You are such a
inside of these bones, an emptiness began to grow. There's something out there.
Who's counting?
My home.
Potion of trumpets.
Longing that I've never known.
Leanne's moans, on a scale from 1 to 10, how badly do you want to get punished? Yo, we're almost done with this. We're almost, that's like one shot left. 11? Go to the bad kitten corner. I'm all out of brie cheese. I went to go eat some brie cheese the other day, and my brie cheese that I had got stale. I'm so fudgy and upset. So I don't have any brie cheese, but I do have some other charcuterie stuff. Thank you for the follow, Volkenman. I do have anonymous follows on, but for all the follows I've gotten tonight, seriously, thank you guys so much. I'm so grateful. Thank you guys so much for the follows. You guys don't understand how much that means to me. Thank you. Also, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Chooms, Fernand Faramf, Kiana, the book gremlin, Raimi, Hex Azrael, and Questic Killa. Holy brie cheese, yeah. No, britches! Not britches, brie cheese, yeah.
Hello.
My favorite cheese. Oh, this is gonna be, I've never mixed these two before. This is gonna be gross. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you guys, seriously, so much. Yeah, brie cheese at the moment is my favorite, besides a good smoked Gouda. Oh, I put you in the wrong spot. You go here, and you go here. Good girl. Question. Question. Pink, orange, yellow, green. No, pink, orange, yellow, salmon. Green, light blue, dark blue, or purple. I can't seem to find Salmon. The mods stay salmony. I love it. I'm gonna have to do. Yeah, K-Step. The mods are like the most salmon of them all. Okay, mod, not mod. Out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Out of 11, yes, it was 5 Finger Death Punch. Out of 11, oh no, it still is. Out of 11 salmon pussies on my wall, 10 of them are mods. One of them is Dagno Red. So I think it's the most mod populated color. That's so funny. I love that. I love it. All right. I'm gonna take this shot. And I'm a little nervous because I fudging hate Pink Whitney. Pink Whitney is so gross. Oh, I forgot to put my rings back on after I wash my hands. There we go. Okay. I hate Pink Whitney. And then the Fruit Loops vodka is great, but like, it's just so vodka-y. Fancy! Okay, fancy. I played a game today. I opened my Archaludon box. I opened this today. And I played a game that I stole from TikTok where you open packs of Pokemon cards and you take a shot for every time you don't get a hit, right? So I got this bottle of soju. It's empty now. Okay, I'm really depressed. I've had a really emotional week. I've been drinking a lot. So, but it started off with taking a shot every time you don't get a hit, right? So I opened, thank you for the shout out! Everybody go follow Fancy Man right now. So I opened 4 packs, 2 Twilight Masquerades and 2 Surging Sparks. I only got 1 hit. Fancy. Shh. I'm about to take a double shot right now of Pink Whitney mixed with Fruit Loops vodka from 3 Olives. Yeah, girl, I'm... My cousin passed away yesterday. And I just lost my uncle less than a month ago. So in a month, I've lost my uncle and my cousin. So I'm drinking. But I did get 1 hit out of the 4, and I thought of you. It's not the butthole Pikachu, but it is a Pikachu. So we did pull this Pikachu Terraform EX from Surging Sparks. Yippee! So I was thinking about you. Is she zoomed in? Is she focused? There she is. Yeah, so it's not the butthole Pikachu. When are you opening yours, Fancy? That's coming up soon, no? Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm trying trying so hard not to cry. But yeah. July 19th. Okay, cool. I'm so sorry. I can't remember if I asked this or not. I'm so sorry if I did. Are you doing that on stream, or are you doing that like in your own personal time? I'm gonna get my G Fuel ready, because I know I'm gonna have to wash this down. Washing it down with the G Fuel is such a good idea. But mostly personal. Cool. Hell yeah. Did you pre-order any of the Pitch Black stuff? Woo! I have so much Pitch Black coming. I'm so excited. Woo! Oh my god. Leon's moans. Can you send me a site by chance? Yes! Oh my god. Okay, so I can send you the links of some Discords that I'm in and or some Twitter accounts that I follow that alert for restocking. Hi, Vicky! Like Pokemon Center. Pokemon Center just did some extra pre-orders today for Pitch Black. Target has done some. I don't know if Walmart has. Best Buy, I don't know if they've done any pre-orders yet. But you'll get them in store. Okay, Fancy, I'm just gonna send you links to a bunch of shit, and you can choose which you want to be involved in. Yeah. Exactly, Kyle. I love Smeargle. Oh my god, I have a Smeargle page in my Discord. I have a Smeargle page in my binder. Okay, catch. Ultra Lord. No, of course, Fancy. One of the Discords my brother showed me. And then another Discord I found via Twitter or something. And then I'll show you the 3 accounts I follow on Twitter that do as well. Are those Japanese or simplified Chinese ones fancy? Because if so, no. What flavor ice cream? No, I don't have those. I think I might, if I can, with the 30th anniversary Pokemon cards that are gonna come out in September, I'm gonna get, like, I'm not, like, English superiority. Like, I have a bunch of, like, foreign ones. Like, I have Italian ones. I have Italian and Japanese and simplified Chinese cards. So I have, like, a bunch of other, like, non-English cards. But, like, I like the como se dice, the flow, the, consistency. I like the consistency of all my cards, or most of my cards being in English, but I think with the 30th anniversary, I'm gonna get whatever the fudge I can get my hands on. Like, I don't care if it's in fucking, I don't know, Egyptian hieroglyphics. Like, I want it, you know? Thank you so much for the follows. Welcome in. There's so many follows tonight. I cannot tell you how grateful I am. Seriously. Thank you so much for the follows. I do have anonymous follows on, but I do see all the usernames, and I'm so grateful. Thank you so much. Welcome in. My own concoction of peanut butter and strawberry cheesecake. Shut the fuck up, girl. I'll be right over there. I want to find where I can order Egyptian cards for you then. Oh my god, I would love that! So I actually know how to write my name in Egyptian hieroglyphics because of, like, some class that I took in, like, middle school. Oh, happy Canada Day! Almost. In an hour. Happy Canada Day. Alright. Let me do my Leon's Moans kidding. Yeah, I'll have to, like, yeah, I might have to, like, look it up, though. I could do my name in sign language. J-U... Oh, no. J-U-L-I-E. Yeah, okay, yeah. Sorry, I don't know Pixel. But, J-U-L-I-E. There you go. And then I know mother, grandmother. Or is that father? Is this father, or is this father? Shit. And this means green or toilet. I don't remember. Are we drunk yet? Jer, I'm getting there. I'm definitely getting there. Father's forehead? Okay. So I know father, grandfather, right? Mother, grandmother. Bullshit. Yeah, okay, cool. Yay! Vicky would know. So Vicky's hard of hearing, so I trust anything Vicky says. Good morning, Jer. Bullshit. And of course, thank you. Okay, am I saying green or toilet? What am I saying? Is this green or is this toilet? I can't remember. I can't remember if this is G or T. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I don't know sign language. But I'm on my day 170 streak of learning Scottish Gaelic. So, I'm trying. I'm trying to be, like, you know, a uneducated, like, fat American. Still fat, still American, but I'm trying to be educated. Yeah, K-Step, it's been really cool. Hamihoski, which means I am so tired. No, it doesn't! Okay, I'm gonna allow that. It does not mean tiny penis. I know! Okay, Seb, oh my god. You cannot believe how peanut butter and jealous I am of Boston and them having all the Scottish lads and ladies over there. You know what I mean? Because I can impress them with my Scottish Gaelic. Japanese and Russian? See, I want to, but I'm baby stepping and doing a language that, like, still has English letters. Because I don't know if I can learn a new language and new letters at the same time. I don't know, man. Or a new alphabet, you know what I mean? Brain too small. Okay, Leanne's Moans. I'm still gonna make a pussy for you. Oh, shoot, we have an ad that needs to play. Coffee is one of my favorite signs in ASL. I was gonna ask you how do you do it, but it's probably hard to, like, pantomime over, you know, text message. Did you really? Wait, Vicky, did you already get them, or are you going to get them? I love this song. What are we gonna do for you, Leon's Moans? Okay, I have an idea. Work with me. Alright. Are you familiar with the Pokemon Togepi? You're buying workout gear? What are you buying? Equal parts drunk and evil, yeah. You got a little Togepi kitty! Make S. With both hands. Like this? Is this better? Like this? I'll end up on a wait list after all is said and done. And we'll have to wait to get called for surgery. Oh, how long is the wait list gonna take? Ewok! Holy shite! Holy shite, Ewok! Like this? Oh, Ewok. Oh, forehead just for you, Ewok. Thank you for the 59 months. What the fudge? Oh! Oh! Like this? What does this mean again? I already forgot. Wait, Jade, what was this? What does this mean? I forgot. Coffee! Oh, is this coffee? Coffee! Coffee! Yeah! Cool. I know another sign. That's awesome. There is an app if anybody wants to learn. So I haven't used it since like the first day that I tried to use it. Hold on. There's an app that I downloaded to learn American Sign Language. It's called Lingvano. Lingvano. So far, it's free. So far, it's been good. I've only used it twice since I downloaded it. I've only used it twice. It's so far so good, but it is. I'm not doing open lobbies right now. I'm so sorry, Jer. But so far so good, Vicky. Right? What's up, Temporal? Hi, Spooky Dragon. I missed the first half of the combo and saw someone telling you to do something with your hands. I was like, no. And they're trying to teach me how to say coffee. Deaf dating? Ayo. Oh, you thought you could observe. Oh, okay. Alright. Well, I mean, we're streaming, so I guess that's the same thing, right? Shadowhawk, thank you for the 75 stream streak. What the fudge? What the fudge? Alright, where am I gonna put this kitty cat? There's so many pussies on my wall, chat. Alright, that one's a little crooked, but it's okay. I appreciate you. Of course. You're a real one. Temporal, I only opened 4 packs, and I got 1 hit. But it's a really good hit, so I'll take it. We only got 1 hit out of 13 Sparks, and it's this beautiful Terraform Pikachu EX, and I love him so much. So, only 1 hit out of 4 packs. Not a great pull rate, but I'm very, very happy with what we got. So I'm super happy with it. Yeah. Also, I have been drinking. I have drank an entire bottle of soju, and it was delicious. And it was on sale, even better. And then we had a shot of Malort, a shot of Pink Whitney, mixed with a shot of Fruit Loops vodka. You know what? Yeah, Jer, I'll take it. You know, at least it was a hit. We were playing a game where I take a shot every time we didn't get a hit. So I did take 3 shots before then, so. Those are delicious. The soju. 0 for 9 packs. Shut up. For Gundam? I didn't know Gundam even had trading cards. Damn.
Damn.
Not saying you can't think for yourself on if that would be a good idea or not. I just know you're a little impaired, so the mom. No, I totally understand. I appreciate you, Moon. I will always and forever appreciate you. In fact, oh wait, Moon Quartz, what did you end up with? For your final tally for the Trevor Project for your charity stuff. What was your final tally? Did you hit a grand? Bum 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 bum. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun.
Help is on the way, dear!
Oh, kiss me! Happy last day of Pride! Damior, thank you so much for the raid! Welcome in, Raiders! Welcome in! We're actually about to get into a game. You guys have impeccable timing. Also, thank you so much for the follow. I do have anonymous follows on, so I won't call you out, but I'm so grateful for all the follows. We've had so many follows. Thank you guys so much for the raids and the follows. So welcome in.
Hello.
Damior, how is your stream? Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Welcome in, Raiders. I'm sorry. I've been drinking a wee bit. Oh my god. I just typed a bunch of D's into my chat because it's trying to waz. What's up? Is it Magelli? Welcome in. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome in, Damior. How is your stream? Shut up, Moon Quartz. Is your campaign still live, Moon? Taste nuts. Got them ass. Got they ass. Oh, okay. You know what? I'm gonna leave. Is it really? Okay, cool. So you're definitely gonna hit the grand then. Hey? I'll make sure that happens. Oh, does he have blood flavor? Should I look for blood flavor? I feel like I should. You know what I mean? I feel like I should. Did you really? Were you doing just like a bunch of drawing today? Thank you guys for the shoutouts for Damior. Oh. Oh, she ate her foot. Yippee! Yippee! I did that, chat. Yippee. I should run because I think he's on me now. Yippee! Oh god! Oh no! Cleo, the condensation! Oh god! Oh god! Oh god! Oh god! Why me? What did I do? And some TBD because I flop back and forth. Hell yeah, though. We love a little variety. Don't hit me there. That's my no-no square! Oh my god, 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 oh my god. Ah! Oh, shitables! Boom! Wow! Gets him every time, 100% of the time. Meow! You gotta break the pailletas! Stop, you're making me nervous. You gotta stop. Jason! Hey! Help me! Help me! Help me! Help! Help me! Help me! Help me! Duty? A K-step? Oh my god. That was so scary. Oh my god. Brother, break the pallet, right, Heatley? Oh, Heatley, I still gotta send you a picture of that Shrek drink. Oh man. Heatley, how you doing, homie? When you're not in game, I'm gonna teach you another sign. Vicky, please, please teach me. So what did you draw, Damure, besides a combi? Also, Damure and friends, if you need a raid and run, do not feel bad by doing so. Please get your post-stream self-care, get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and babies, go eco, pico, pugo, stretch, go drink. Please take care of yourselves. Oh, he's gonna come right here. But you guys are gonna finish that heal, right? Good submissive gamers. I love good submissive gamers that finish their heals. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. No! Did you set an alarm routine? Because that is so funny if you did. Last week it was Jirachi. Shut the front door. Damn, you were... Okay, you asked me earlier what my favorite Pokemon... Who was your favorite Pokemon? Did you set an alarm? No way. There's no way. Oh, but imagine... Oh, man. Imagine... Oh, I have to pick this up before we get to 1 gen left. There we go. Oh, okay, nice. I want to heal you though. Wait, I want to heal. Oh, okay, yeah. All right. Yeah, he chases you. I'm gonna chase you, and I'm gonna heal you so that I can get conviction. Perfecto. You know what? I kinda wanna check Shack. You know what I mean? For blood flavor. I have a feeling. I was wrong. I haven't played since he came out. I'm gonna be playing when you hear noise and the smoke comes. Yes! When that smoke comes and it goes to whatever you want to call it, that's when you go into the crouch, because he cannot see your red aura when you're crouching and walking. Oh my. Oh my. Run, Hanako, run, Hanako, run, fuck me. Why are you so fucking smart? Look at you. Oh shit! Fuck! Yeah, so I played that really terribly, and I don't want to talk about that, because I totally forgot that he had blood flavor, even though I've been looking for that the entire game. Yeah. That's right, Hinako. That's right. You would do better if you had someone, like, not me controlling you. But it's okay. You'll do fine. Ay, Jamoy. Oh, okay. Pretend like I hit that skill check. What did you say? Okay, moving back to New York soon? I thought you were gonna move to Chicago! You humpkin, hooter, and liar. That was directed to Heatley. You said crotch walk? Crotch! Hey, heal me. Crotch, crouch. Tomato, tomato. Rummy bum. Thank you, Talita Lyra number 2 and Talita Lyra number 5. Thank you. Run! How many is on this? Ooh, 1 more. Okay. Oh, she knows not to put it down there. Okay, she does. Good girl. Because that table is set and ready to go. You know what, Talita? I'd prefer if you got the save. Yeah. Because you're not on Death Hook. And I am. What's up, Santa? Santa, stream has been heckin' amazing. I did not anticipate streaming so long, but you guys have been so hot and tall and talented and handsome that I'm having the greatest time. The mental image of crouching? Is that what you're talking about? How are you doing, Santa? Happy Tuesday/Wednesday. Depending on everyone's time zone. It's almost Wednesday on Eastern Standard Time. Hello, Talita. Welcome back. Oh. Ah. We are almost in the dessert phase. You know, actually, if we're almost in the dessert phase, let me just do this. And heal Rick, at least, right? Because now Rick will be healed. Okay, they're after her. Then I'll get the unhook then. If he stays on her. Or is she still going for the save? She still is, okay. Oh! Whoa! 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 Chill, chill, chill. Okay. Oof, I was scared that he was gonna come commit to me. Because I'm on Death Hook. Oh, so is he. Okay. Well, then I'm gonna grab this before we get into dessert phase. You're doing so good! Oh, good! Tomato, tomato, potato, potato. Faster actions. This is insane. Oh, they found blood flavor. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Okay, so after this... Ugh, I don't think I'll be able to finish this by the time he, like, gets into his power. Yeah, okay, well, we're definitely not now. Yep, okay, bye. Okay, bye. I might have to go do another gen besides that one. Oh, that gen needs to get done. I might just go and do this gen, indulge in some smoking, played DVD, and applied for jobs! Look at you! Santa, I'm very proud of you. That's awesome. Hell yeah, gamer. Oh, it's hard to give up that gen because it was so far, but he knows it. I think all of his pain res is gone now too. Avenue Q, deep cut verbal tick. Which one was that? Are you enjoying the event? Yeah, I'm enjoying the blood points. I think it's incredibly survivor-sided, but I'm not gonna cry about it. I'm not playing killer. Okay, bye. Oh, I do that from TikTok. I have TikTok brain rot, as the kids like to call it. So a lot of my references are TikTok. Oh, really? Was it Vicky? Was it a ASL thing? What's up, silly Sin? I've had a little fun in Survivor, and the blood points are amazing. Yeah. My name is it J? Oh, is it Pixel? I could do my first name, Julie. That's all I got. Was that from Frozen? Okay, bye. Oh, yeah, it is from Frozen. Yeah. I don't know. I have seen Frozen, though. Look at me knowing references. Oh, I don't know where Mojave was, because Mojave's gen was almost done. Mojave, where were you? Where were you? Oh, here we go. Is this gen? No, it's not this gen. But I guess I'll go on it anyway. Do you think he was on this one? It was this one. Okay. So Mojave was on this one. This one's almost done. Talida's almost done with hers, but I guess I'll get on this just in case he does pressure Talida's gen. What's up, Kodiak? Did you really, Vicky? I cannot wait to see that. Oops. Ran into that. What? That's unfortunate. That's right. Don't touch me there. That's my no-no square. Wait. Oh, Rick. Oh, Sheriff Rick. Sheriff. Oh, what a good little girl. Oh, thank you. I love you. He doesn't believe me. He knows all my tricks. He knows all my tricks. He knows them all. Rick. That's right. Zedge. Mwah. Think of the forehead kiss. See? That's all right. We had a pretty decent chase earlier, and I'll take it. I'll take it. That was a fun game, though. And we actually had somebody get a flashlight save on me, so I will gladly. This is our first time all night we've had someone try to save me. Jer, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss. GG's. GG's. Not too shabby. What time is it? Oh, guys, I'm getting sleepy. No, you stay hydrated. Stay hydrated. Stay cool. I'm fading really, really quickly. I might do one last game. What do you guys think? One last game. Do you have any packs? Packs of what? You know some packs? No, I'm all out. That Archaludon box was all the rest I had. Sushi Guy! Oh. Sushi Guy, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, Ian. How was your stream? Everyone go follow the homie Sushi Guy. What were you doing? Algae Goyle? I don't know. We'll see. Sushi Guy, how was your stream? Did you say LG? Maybe. I did just stop rates for an hour, though. After Sushi Guy rated. Sushi Guy is our last raid of the night. Thank you so much, Sushi Guy. Sushi Guy, what were you up to? Were you doing some Fortnite? What were you up to? Tell us everything. I might do two more. I'm definitely fading. Like, I'm super duper fading. I appreciate you, Raven. Thank you. That came just in time. If I had a nickel for every time I heard that, I would have one nickel. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. How was your stream? Tell us everything. We've just been playing some DBD as Hanako from Silent Hill F, and she looks amazing. She looks stunning. I'm so glad that she's in the game. Shut up! Oh my god, I can't wait to play that. I did just buy that, and I cannot wait to play it. Oh my god, she have the best time. I've been seeing so many like clips of it on like my Instagram and TikTok, and it looks so fun. It looks so funny. I know I'd be terrible at it, but I think that being terrible at it kind of adds to like the funny, right? Yeah. Also, I've been drinking a lot. I can't draw and but I can hide. I feel like I'd be the same way. I can't draw, but I can hide. Oh, really, Moon? That's fair. Oh, is it really? Have you tried with a whole party, or is it just like, have you done like a quick play? I don't know. I haven't even opened it yet. I don't even know if there's like a quick play option, or do you like have to like play with friends in order to get him? I have no idea. We've been streaming for 4.5 hours? What the fudge? Oh, really? Damn, Moon, I'm so sorry. I'm glad you got to refund it though. Hi, Jesse. Friends is a must. Is there a quick play option? Just out of curiosity. Oh, really, man? Oh, well, Jesse, I hope you have a great day at work tonight. Today. Mwah. Think with the forehead kiss you. Thank you so much. Not me worried if I'm not bringing the toothy torty. I think I am. Broke killers. SMH. Oh, you can look for it, Kitty. You can join randos. Gotcha. Well, that's good to know. That is cool that you can play it, like, without a group of friends, right? Cool. Ugh. Another spring trap. Ugh. I will not be upset about that. I shan't be upset about that. Oof. Great skill check. Oh, thank you. A great skill check. Oh, thank you. Yep. Girl, bye. Take the Dwight. Oh, Dwight. Oh, Dwight. Girl, what did I do? What did I do? Oh, I thought you said sharded. I sharded once. That's what I thought you said. All right, I'm gonna try to do these foods because 3 of us are injured. Okay. Well, unfortunately, I don't have time to do one more. But that table is set. If I can finish this set, then I'll get 2 of us healed, except for the guy on the floor. But that's fine. Like, I'll definitely take a 2 heal. You know what I mean? There we go. I will gladly take that. Because now me and Dwight are healed. And now it's not just set on the Meg to go get the unhook. You know what I mean? It's a shame that that doesn't proc my, my conviction. How dumb would that be if it procced that? Ooh, actually, do you mind if I rebuild this palette really quickly? Yeah, okay, we have the same brain. Cool. Yeah. Let's rebuild the palette. They are, aren't they? I really enjoy the snakes. The snakes that are on the gens, and the lockers, and the hooks. I think the snakes are super cool. Oh, yeah, I have no plans on streaming it. The only time I plan on playing it is offline. But, like, recording it with YouTube. Oh, yeah. I want the hand, but I never get the hand. It's so annoying. I actually have only had the hand once tonight. And it was with a farming killer, so I was like, what's the point? Yippee! Oh, I was scared. I love you, moist. Got shit on. Bet you didn't see that coming. Nice. Nice! Well, looks like you don't need me. Oh, and that's an unbreakable pallet, too, so he's fucked. You can't break that pallet. Yo! Invisible as a wraith? Oh my god, that is so funny. I've seen that on TikTok, where someone was going against a wraith, and they were invisible, too. I thought that was so funny. Whoa, that's Dwight getting that heal, and the unbreakable pallets. Excellent timing. Holy! I know, Stay, right? And like this, Stay, hope you're doing so good. Every 15, 20 games, Jesus. This is Hinako from Silent Hill F that just came out earlier this year. Last year. When did Silent Hill F came out? Oh my god, time is so weird. I'm doing okay at the moment, but as soon as I end stream, I'll be terrible again. But it's okay. I'm doing okay at this very moment. I'm glad you're doing good. It's for Cheryl, so the Silent Hill character. So Silent Hill probably has, like, the most, like, legendary or different character skins. It's actually insane how many different, how many different characters Cheryl has. Because she has Cheryl, Maria. Well, we need shirtless Leon? I can get behind that shit. On a scale from 1 to 10, what gave you the audacity? Oh! Georgie! Okay, but I don't know. Is that too much though? Bravo Penguin, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Okay. All the 10 people that got gifted subs. Thank you so much. I have a very important question for you, Bravo Penguin. Dog or kitty? Very, very important question. Okay, let me set this table, because then it'll be set for, unbreakable pallets. Oh, Vicky! Vicky, enjoy your movie night, lovely. Everyone say good night, Vicky. I can't wait to see how to sign my name, by the way. Thank you so much for putting that in the Discord. I can't wait to see it. Mod be second band, Bravo! Okay. Think I won't. I'm joking. Yo, Bloody Trevor Boy, enjoy your gifted subbing. I'm Max on altruism, by the way. Holy moly. Okay, so Richter is... Oh my god! Hold on, Richter. Hold on, Richter. Hold on, Richter. Richter, get up! Oh no! I almost had it! Okay, who did that? Benny. Benny, I should have fudging known. It was Benny. Benny! Oh, nice, nice, nice. Oh, I don't make that. Damn, I fucked that up. Oh my god. On a scale from 1 to 10, I could not have fucked that up better. Oh, damn. Man, my heart is like... Oh my god. Benny! My ears, bro. My ears, bro. I'm awake. So, I purposefully leave that loud because if I have to feel that pain, you guys have to feel that pain. Yes, Pyro! We are also Pyro. Thank you for the forehead kissy. I don't want to hear a single thing about how embarrassing that was. Alright, chat? Let's just say that I was distracted by the scream. If it is like super duper omega loud, I will gladly turn it down. Gladly. But if it's not super duper mega loud. It was scary and loud. It is by design to be scary and loud. I was just super gagged. Good. Because it is 1,000 bits, which is $10, right? Do you think he sees me? He probably sees me, you know? Oi, Jamoy. What do you mean? Whoa, shit! Okay. Leave me slugged for like 10 seconds. Fuck! Oh, Moon! Get a side of G Fuel flavor? Do you have any flavors that you like super duper love or super duper hate? I'm lower volume than other streamers? Am I really? Also, Ginger! Ginger, thank you for the 15 stream streak. GG's. This is the first time I've been like eerie in so long. It's been nice. Yo, GG's. P100? I love you. No way. Because usually I'm the opposite, where people have me at like 3% audio. Damn. I'll have to investigate my audio a wee bit, I think. You're not the biggest fan of coconut. Ugh, me neither. Let me see what is in stock. Oh, have you done Jawbreaker? Because I'm gonna go with that one as my like knee-jerk reaction. Let's see. I'm gonna go with Jawbreaker. Hi, Slasher Buddy! Happy Tuesday / Wednesday. I want that cosmetic. It's so cute, isn't it? Yeah, okay. Candy Beam, which is Jawbreaker candy. Or Idol Transfiguration, which is Jujutsu Kaisen Orange Pineapple Melon. Oh my god, that's what I would want my flavor to be, but Orange Pineapple Melon lychee. I have to ask Eddie for some shit, I think. I'm gonna go with either of those two. But Slasher Buddy, how are you, Angel? I know, right? Guys, would you believe if I told you I had to pee again? What if I told you last pee, and then we played 2 more games? What if I told you last pee, and we played 2 more games, and then that's it? What if I told you last pee, and then 2 more games? I promise. Last pee. Do you mind? You mind? Oh. Alright, I'm gonna go pee-pee. I will be right back. He has Grim. Oh wait, Bravo Penguin, did you say cat or dog? Well. And I'm assuming that was Blood Favor, maybe? I don't know. No, it wasn't Blood Favor. What was that? Okay, I'm gonna heal you, because I have Botany. Oh, is this? Oh, thank you. I can't wait to mess this up. Alright, that's their second stack of Grim. I'm gonna go for the save, I think. Oh, Birkin! Thank you! I could not remember his name. Oh, please pick towards me. Please pick towards me. Please, 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 please. I didn't have a beam! I forgot I had the flashbang! Ah! That's what you get for giving me that's right, redemption. Thank God for redemption. Oh my god. Oh, a deli! Oh, purr! Okay. Something. Oh no. Do we hold him? God damn. We don't hold him, right? Ah, I fucked up. That's right, he fucked it up too. Meow. No pellet here, no pellet here, on the right. No pellet here, on the right. Shabby. Shabby. Oh. Wanna hear something funny, guys? Bye. Oh! Get shit on. Alright, I did not boon a totem because I forgot to boon a totem. So I'm just gonna get as far away as I can and then die. Oh, I'm gonna get as far away as I can. Alright, I'm gonna die in this pallet. Do you guys mind? I'm so sorry. Not to be dramatic or anything, Sable, but... Oh, jeez. That was very funny. Thank you. Don't throw that pallet. Alright, let me get out of the way a second. Oh! W, mods. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, W mines. Is this where I want to go? I don't think this is where I want to go, but this gen is done, so there's no palette here, and I don't like this palette, but that's fine. Oh, you wanted that so bad, Birkin. Watch this. Fuck you. You ruined my funny. That's fine. Why is there no god palette? Oh, there it is. I found it. You guys are so dramatic for no reason. Ah! All right, you beautiful peeps and poops. All right, doggy for Bravo Penguin. This is our last 2 games-ish. Rockin' Rebel. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. It's also 11 p.m. my time, which means it is officially Salted Loki's birthday. Because Salted Loki's birthday is on Wednesday, July 1st. So it is officially Salted Loki's birthday. So you guys have to say, happy birthday! Put a 1 in chat if you don't mind if a mod messages you something for Salted Loki's birthday. 1 in chat if you don't mind being messaged something for Salted Loki's birthday. And then do I have any mods available to send messages to? If not, I can take a screenshot and we can get to them. You got it? Oh, God, the mods are so fudging hot and tall and talented and handsome. Thank you guys so much. Ah! Thank you, lovelies. Also, Capricorn, Rockin' Rebel. Thank you for the forehead kisses. Hi, honey. You're so cute. You're so cute. All right, and a scale from 1 to 10. Should Pixel take a shot? You officially got Thanos snapped? But oh, is it? Wait, are you EST Mooncourts? Also, hi, Rockin' Rebel. Happy Tuesday/Wednesday. It's been a while since you bleached your hair. How long? Oh my God. So okay, you can see how long the growth is. Also, okay. So look at how long the growth is from when I last bleached my hair. So I'm gonna let you in on a trade secret. Stay. It's not a trade secret. I'm just gonna let you in on a secret. I just bought, for Prime Day, for Amazon Prime Day, I just bought bleach and hair dye. And mayhaps I shall be dyeing my hair soon. You knew! You, like, stay. You literally, like, locked in. I don't know what color I'm gonna do. I absolutely do know what color I'm gonna do. But who knows what I'm gonna do when I'm gonna do it. Because I've been working out so much recently and I've been sweating a lot. So it's like I don't want to, like, dye my hair when I've been, like, sweating and washing my hair every day. So it's definitely gonna be not this week. Because this week it's 90-something, 100-something degrees and I'm over it. All the people who typed 1, check your touch 1. Yes, thank you! Is it giving purple? I'll neither confirm pink, I'll neither confirm deny. No way! Oh, Capricorn, that was like the last IR that I wanted in my entire life. This is what I pulled today out of my Surging Sparks. Focus! Oh, there she is. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, mods. Thank you so much. Me with the Crobat, Capricorn, that was literally like the only one I wanted from the beginning, and then I got like 4 or 5 of them. Ask the Pickle if you should take a shot. Mystical Pickle, should I take a double shot?
The Mystical Pickle whispers an affirmative yes.
You're such a bad little pickle. So that was weird. Whoa! So I just kicked my cat.
War, you're such a good little mod.
You are such a good little mod. No, I haven't. I have not pulled the Mega Clefable SIR. I haven't yet. I have not pulled the Mega Clefable SIR. But what do you mean, beef jerky? What do you mean? What are we taking a double shot of, chat? Fire off. Fire off. Oh, actually, You know what? While you guys are voting, let me get the door gate for Bravo Penguin. All right, so chat, what do you have? I have Fruit Loops vodka. I think I have only one shot left of that. Fruit Loops vodka, Kraken rum, Malort, Pink Whitney, Tequila Reposado, Tequila Blanco, and Apple Pie Moonshine. She may not have pulled it yet, but she may be getting it. Okay, I will absolutely, like, I will come to you and I will beat you up personally if you want to be bullied. What? Alright, let me get this, this doggy for Bravo Penguin. Apple pie, rum. Alright, at the moment, it's apple pie and rum. Does anybody else have any, votes? And Bravo Penguin might be the last pussy / puppy on the wall. Sounds like a good time to me. I'm trying to think how I'm going to mix it. Fruit Loops and Kraken? You guys vote. Whatever, I'll do whatever the majority is. Da, 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 da. Hello, Jasper. More behind. We wonder why he left us all behind. Hi, Jojo. I've only ever drank once in my life. Really? Really? I hate that I can't give you recommendations. Sure you can. You give me recommendations. Whatever sounds fun in your head. You definitely think Fruit Loops should be there? I only have one shot left. Here, let me show you. This is how much left as the Fruit Loops vodka. That might be like 1.5 shots though, because I don't know. Maybe 1.5. Fruit Loops and apple pie. It might look like that's the combo though. Ooh, Jack and Coke. Cheers. Cheers, cheers, cheers. Okay. Okay, this will be an interesting one. Okay. It's kind of cute, though. You know what? It's kind of cute. I've never done this one before. Oh, happy Canada Day for anyone who's Eastern time zone. Microwave. Mwah. Magical check. Mwah. Life unity. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss. Bravo Penguin! It is a, como se dice, snowman. It's a snowman dog or cat. It's snowman. It's kind of cute. I don't know. I was thinking of a scarf. A scarf is, I was like, what wears scarves? I was like, oh, a snowman, I guess, right? Woof. Happy what day? A Canada Day. So, there used to be a country called Canada. Oh, man. What is that? The land of maple syrup and Monties. Alright, so what are we doing? Alright. We're doing Fruit Loops and... Woof. Yes. What's up, Angry? Angry Light Switch, welcome in. We're doing Fruit Loops vodka and apple pie moonshine. No. Yes. Yeah, that's the combo. Nice. Nice. I have had this bottle for so long. I'm actually like really glad that we're finishing this. Let's go. She's like almost exactly a full shot. Yeah. How's the fuck are we halfway through this year? Don't even get me started, Kodiak. Don't even get me started. Alright, so because I can't really like pour the moonshine into a glass because it's like not a great pouring liquor or bottle, I'm gonna take the shot of... Alright. Oh, I need a strong lesbian opium for me. Ask you shall receive. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna take the shot of Fruit Loops vodka, wash it down with a shot of apple pie moonshine, and then wash it down with compound VG fuel. I'll ready up too. In the meantime. Oh shit, I don't have any batteries. Oh no. Wait, what have you had before? Oh, I don't have any batteries. Oh, she's screwed. Okay. Alright. Oh, the it's so good. Alright. Ah! Holy. Salud! 'Twas very fruity. I feel like I missed something. No chaser? I need you to know that's like my 15th shot tonight. I have had this entire bottle of soju tonight too. Why is it spicy? Woo! Holy! I still have to walk my dogs after this. Yeah. I ate a big old thing of Chipotle before this. I had some Chipotle leftovers before this. Otherwise, I don't think I would have been able to drink as much as I have been tonight. Whew! Volunteers tribute. Whoa! I don't think I could do any more shots tonight, though. Like a good girl. Thanks for noticing. Yo, my breath tastes and smells so good. You never had Chipotle? Do they have Chipotle in Canada? I love Chipotle. Chipotle is my life. So, blessed be Nightshade Jade, who got me a DoorDash gift card off my Throne wish list. Thank you very much. And I got some sushi with it a couple weeks ago because I was like really fucking sad and I like really wanted sushi. And I had like $5 or $6 left on it, and so I got some Chipotle because DoorDash is having like a buy one get one free sale on like burritos, and so it was like buy one burrito get one free, and then I also had like the $5 or $6 off. So, oh, it's my breath smells and tastes really good. Woo! It's really good. So the restaurant by me has like crazy mega large portions, because I got one burrito, and it was buy one burrito and get either a burrito or a bowl or a quesadilla. I got one burrito and one bowl. The bowl I had the other day, yesterday, and damn, I was hoping for the hand. And yes, I love BOGOs. Yeah, the bowl was just like chock full. Oh, a legging. I guess healing with a legion could be ish, you know, ish. Oh, really? I survived TwitchCon by Auntie Anne's. I was hoping for the hand. We've been getting a lot of foot, though. Tattoo days? Wait. When they do where you get a free burrito bowl or 2 sides of your choice, at least that's how Chipotle is where I live. I don't leave my house, though. Because I'm a big baby. I don't leave my house. It does. It does get rid of deep wound. So it heals a health state. So if you're in deep wound, you'll just go to injured. If you're in injured, you'll go to healed. Yeah. Hey, it was only like $7 for the pretzel. Oh, this? Oh! you know, it just went away. I loved Annie Ann's, yeah. I think I got like 3 pretzels that weekend, TwitchCon weekend. It's literally because I'm notorious. So I'm a cosplayer. Like I started off being like a cosplayer for like content creation. Like my Instagram started off being a cosplayer and all that. So my go-to for conventions is to never eat or drink while I'm at a con, because like my focus is just like to do whatever needs to get done, you know what I mean? And the Auntie Anne's booth there is what saved my ass from like passing the fuck out multiple times that weekend. Yeah, I'm very happy with the Auntie Anne's. Yeah, I never really drink at TwitchCon either. I drink liquor at night at the parties, but I do have a water bottle with me, but besides that, I don't really like eat anything during the cons. Can't wait for your team to do the global heal and give Legion the instant frenzy down. Shh. Shh. But don't put the energy out there, beef jerky. Pretzel dogs. They are goated, but my go-to is just a regular, either salted and I rub off the salt, or an unsalted pretzel. It's just like, it's like a focus thing for me. Like I have to like not eat. I don't know. It's weird. Susie, by the way. See, that sounds delicious, Destiny, but not during a con. Like, that sounds delicious to me, like, right now. Oh, your blood sugar's a bitch. Yeah, I do get Krabby Patty when I don't eat, but I don't know. During conventions, it's just like, I'm trained from cosplaying. It's just like, I don't eat. I very seldomly drink. Because I try to avoid the bathroom as much as I can, because, like, when you're in cosplay, you try not to use the bathroom. Because using the bathroom while you're in cosplay is, like, the worst fucking thing ever. Oh. Yes, I always get cheese sauce. I always get cheese sauce. Okay, you'll be fine then. I'm praying. Oh, really? Wait, beef jerky. What are your killer mains? Parentheses, question mark. But I do get Krabby Patty if I don't eat, though. Yeah, no, Raven, I'm the same way. I get all of those, but I still don't... Like, my priority is still not to eat during these conventions. I know, it's so stupid. Damn. Oh, we're still going. All right. Whoa, shit nipples! Yeah, I got stuck. I don't eat until I'm throwing up bile. Oh, okay. Not at this TwitchCon, you're not, Rootsy. Not if I'm seeing you. I could be. Oh, beef jerky, you're breaking my heart. So I'm a twins main. I'm a P100 twins, and twins is my favorite killer in the entire world ever. Oh, breaking my heart. But is twins your favorite besides that? If I'm eating, you're eating. Girl, have you seen me? My issue is I don't even eat on a regular day, so I don't know how it would survive a con. Annie Ann's. Your ass a cheeseburger? Kodiak, I need you to know that cheeseburgers are like my favorite foods ever in the entire world. So, I'm okay with that. Also, thank you so much for the follow. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate. Oh my god! Oh my god! But I see you and I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the follow. Yes. Okay, cool. Cheeseburgers are my favorite food ever. Oh. Cool. I'm sorry. Oh shit! Oh fuck! Stop it! What a bitch! What did I do? I didn't have the cheeseburgers at TwitchCon. I only had the pretzels. I'm sorry, I'm a little drunk. Peach cobbler cheesecake? Okay, twist my arm. She was not sorry. I'm a little sorry, alright? Little bit. What do you mean, Cody? I gotta do shit! My breath smells so good. Like it's just apple pie moonshine. Lies and deceit. You like that, don't you? Lies and deceit. Yeah. Oh. I don't believe you. Oh no, she's getting more British. She gets more British the more she drinks. I can't wait to scissor Ruzy at This was my favorite, yeah, but I just find the bug soon. Yeah, I totally understand. What did I do? You what? What, Rootsy? What's up? Rootsy, what's up? Rootsy, what's happening? What's the hippie haps? What's the happy hips? Ah, shit. Ah, poops. Okay. Oh, man. Eating my Oreos? What kind of Oreos? And you talk, oh my god. My first game I played. Oh, I'm dead? Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I don't feel like I deserve that. Wait, so my first game on RuneScape, I DC'd because I got downed by a booba. I don't want to talk about it. But this person, like, I was under a pallet. And this person got picked up before me because they downed somebody and then they downed me because I was like hovering for a flashlight save and they knew I was there. And this person, the bubba, downed me and I was under a pallet. So he picked up the person. It was like a Jerry. And so he picked up the Jerry and he's hooking the Jerry. And this person goes, I think they were on controller because they had to be on controller, right? And so they went to go heal me, but they threw the pallet down instead. And so I just DC'd because I was like, no. No. Like, my first game on, like, I'm just like I'm still like, you know? And so that was my first game. And then, my first real game was against Jason, who I'm on the alien map, Nostromo. And I get a pallet stun save, alright? Like, fucking chill. It's not the biggest deal in the world. I get a pallet stun save. And this Jason makes it his fucking mission to make sure he tunnels me the fuck out. He's so pissed. And so, I never, every single game, for the past 100 games, count them, 100 games. I have a VOD channel, exclamation point VOD, where you guys can go look at my VODs. You guys can see the past 100 games. I just say GG's and I move on, right? No matter what happens, right? This guy, I just say, LOL, so mad, GG's. Because he was so fucking mad that, like, I got a pallet stun save. Like, oh, cry about it. By the way, 4 gens left. 4 gens left. I get a pallet stun save, and he makes it his mission to tunnel me out. I was like, cry about it, you baby back bitch. Anywho. I have to play an ad, because I promised I was going to play one more game. So I have to play an ad, because, you know, Goyle yaps too much. Oh my god. So I have to play an ad. I'm so sorry. Ad now, no ending game. What's the over-under of Pixel taking one more shot? Tell him! Shut up. I've been getting a lot of saves tonight, though. So, Tube is saltier than Crystal Lake. Shut up. That's so funny. Oh, man. What's the over-under of me taking another shot? Mods? Mods. You said the last double shot was your last? Okay, yeah. I've never lied before, ever. Okay, Mystical Pickle. Should I do one more shot?
Within the pickle's realm, fate marinates.
So, yes.
The astronomical pickle foretells to a positive outcome.
A positive outcome. Oh. Why do I keep doing that? So anyways. I'm hearing just yes. Would you go to Collecticon? When is that day? When? Where? What convention? Hi, AJ! October? Okay. I'm going to the Field Museum next week, I think, for the Pokemon thing. Wesker's Irobasi. Thank you for the fur, kissy. That was weird. That was really sexual. Shut the fuck up, Sushika. I'm gonna ban you. Why have you not got your post-stream self-care? Oh, she got a little messy. Yuck. Yuck. Wait, Darkest Dungeon. Do I need to clear my Google Chrome history? Google. Yes, Jay, yeah. Give me the hand, you fucking cowards! Sushi guy. Oh my god, Wesker's Irobasi. Well, you were just in time for LG. Get her, not me. Yeah, good girl. Good submissive little spring trap. Blood flavor. Should I do the gen or should I find it? We did talk about this. I remember us talking about Typhlosion. And Hiswanian Zoroark. Okay. Now, okay. So, are either of those two your favorites? Because those are both really, really, really strong and sexy and hot favorites. I like them both. Both of them. Rick's name, yeah, no cakes equals no save. You know what? Respect. Respect, homie. If you play DBD, do you have the same name on as you... That's right. Get the fuck out of my... Yeah. Yeah. Get the fuck out of my tile, bitch. Oh, he still has another hex, though. Alright, so that was my last shot. Jasper, what are you doing? If I just took one more shot, I'd be drunk, though. If I took one more shot, it's fine. Post-stream care, what is that? You do play a lot of Wesker? Good to know. Okay, I'm a little bit drunk, but I feel like I'd be, like, really drunk if I took one more shot. You know what I mean? Wait, really? Are you P96? Is that what you're saying? Oh! There's blood flavor. No fucking way! No fucking way! Oh. That's at least like 50 gifted subs, right? I'm joking! I'm joking! There was a Jumpluff in chat, and I'm so mad because Jumpluff is one of my favorite Pokemon. She has her own page in my binder, by the way. Oh, man. But what's one more? You know he big mad. You know the TikTok where you go, good. I hope he's the maddest ever. Ah! Hello, lag? Waist is literally non-existent. I've never felt skinnier! Zane! Yes! Zane, thank you for the 100 bits! See, Zane, this is why you're my favorite. I cannot believe I got that. Rick. Where's Rick? You can hug tech? Ugh, I can't relate. Zane, thank you very much for the 100 biddies. Coral! If you drunk laugh? What do you mean? My laugh is the same as it's ever always been. What do you mean? I need... never mind. Get healed, dude. Because I was going to go do that. Where's Rick? I like this guy. He M2s like crazy, and it makes me very happy. He has Foxy's hook too, which makes me happier. I'm so right. I'm a little sorry. I'm sorry. I'm a little sorry. Not that sorry. Super sorry. Rick, I might need to take a hit for you, though. I need to take a hit for you, love. Get that payeta. Get it, Rick. Get it, Rick. Get it, Big B. Rick! Where's Rick? Where's Rick? Oh. Okay, he's definitely doing, because why would he run away from me and run to these randoms? He's definitely doing with one of them. Your Goyle has conviction up. I swear to God, I think I'm better when I drink. Oh my God! Okay, so... Hold on. Ah! Rick, watch out! I need to heal him. Wait, I need to get a thing. Hold on. Rick, stay where you are. Let me heal you. You don't understand. I got you. Oh, never mind. Oh, yeah, that's perfect. Good Goyle. I'm gonna go rebuild this Payeta. Do you mind? This poor Springtrap. Oh my god. Coral, I'm looping the walkas. Alright, so this is, okay. I see. Okay, so she's needs to get healed. Alright, I'll heal her. Get healed, nerd. Oh. Well, she didn't. Well, that's unfortunate. What if I, look at some killer for you? Is that okay? Oh, okay. I didn't mean to do that! Oh, thank God. Dump a glass of water on him? Yeah, you'd like that, wouldn't you? Hello, lovely. Mine! Yeah, get shit on. My unhook. My blood points. I gotta restop the raids for an hour. Because I've been streaming for an hour since our last raid. Which is from Sushi Guy, by the way. Jump on me. You'd like that, wouldn't you? A glass of water. I'm sorry. I get more British the more I drink. I gotta stop! I'm sorry, I'm having too much fun. We have been getting some crazy flashlight saves tonight, though. A bottle of water! Pizza toast! What did I do? What did I do? Ah! What did I do? I've never had beans on toast. What did I do? I don't understand. I have conviction. Really? Oh, it does make me feel a little bit better. I'm not using it until I need to. Thank you, Laura. Yeah, Viper's almost done. Well, you better beans on toast in it. Spizzle spazzle. Shut up! Oh, man. Oh, I just want to win. Let's go. Okay, let's go. You bloody wanker. Do you give up? I'd give up. Oh! It's beef jerky! I'm sorry for any offensiveness that I did to you. Yay, we escaped! Yippee! Alright, one more game. I can't end on a good note. That was very fun. I got 2 saves. GG's! GG's Hot Wheels. I can't end on a high note. We naturally have to end on me getting done out. Like, what do you mean? Yippee! Any batteries? 1. Oh, cup. Alright, that's fine. Alright, LG. Last game. Forever, I promise. Not forever. Spartan! What? Ah! Thank you for the forehead, Kissy. Wait, chill. That could be... That could be sooner rather than later. Yeah, like 300? We're like a jet note. I wish. Alright, LG. We've had so many screen traps tonight, and it makes me so happy. Spartan! Mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Would you guys unfollow me if I did one more shot? Just one. 1K? Holy shit. I don't even have like 100. I would. That's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Mystical Pickle, should I do one more shot?
No!
Mystical Pickle, should I do one more shot?
Yes, sir!
First try, too. That's crazy. First try is crazy. Last one, I promise. I would never do another one on top of it. Last one. I still have to walk my dogs after this destiny. And it's currently 83 degrees right now. at almost midnight, it's 83 degrees. Alright, that was my last shot. Yes, we got the hand. Alright, this is definitely LG. We end on a high note, sisters. Ew. What am I, James Charles? Ew. Yay! Beef jerky, please don't leave me. I have tremendous, como se dice, don't leave me issues. I'm holding you to that last one. On God. Scout's honor. 89 degrees. It's only 83 for me, but our heat index is a sweltering 92. Wait. Yes, 92. With 82% 82% humidity. Wait, do you guys not hear the lizard? Do you not hear the lizard? Woo! Has the lizard not been working all stream? Has the lizard not been working all stream? Wait, hold on. Do it again! Do it again! Do it again!
Lizard.
I don't think it's been working all stream. I'm so sorry. If it's any consolation.
Lizard.
If it's any consolation, I've been able to hear the lizards all night, but you guys haven't been able to hear the lizards all night. What if our tits would squeak every time I squeeze them? Do yours not? You think that would have been lost, but I didn't. I saw. All right, one more game. One more game. Bro, give me.
Lizard.
Bro, to giving up. LG for LG. LG for real this time. We can't end on the DC, especially if I didn't cause it. If I don't get a hand, like this game, I'm gonna be so upset.
Lizard.
I'm not doing another shot though. That was my last one. You guys are gonna be so fudging gagged when you see my pussy wall in the Discord tomorrow. Like, there's so many pussies and puppies on the wall. I think this is the most pussy and puppies that I've had ever. Yeah, ever, Heatley, ever. This is crazy. Thank you so much. This is actually insane.
Lizard.
Yes! War, yes. You are correct, Amundo. Thank you, War! 95? Wait, what is mine? Also, thanks for the whatever that is. Bit? Mine is, my heat index is 92 degrees right now. With 82% humidity. So you win. Heatley, I am so okay right now. I'm so okay. Like, on God. Scout's honor. And my brother's an Eagle Scout. So by proxy, I am also an Eagle Scout. Yes! Rockin' Rebel, if you can redeem the 1,000 channel points, you do get refunded those 1,000 channel points. But it's just a, formality. You know what I mean? Greedy streamer! Is that one of the Latin guilds? What are you? Wait, Stanley, what are you? You're a something streamer or something. You're like, mentor! Latin guild mentor? I know the words. I'm a what? You're a wizard, Harry. Ayo. Everyone say thank you, Warish here. Barely. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Everyone say, oh man. Oh, I thought it was a Henry. Okay, we're good. Everyone say W Warish here. Thank you, Rootsy. Thank you. This is why you're my favorite. W Warish here. I'm gonna do a bet. War, I hope you know. War, if you come over to the raid, I need you to know that I'm gonna do a bet. Not a prediction, just a bet with chat on whether or not the person we raid into is gonna call you War is here or Warish here. Worcestershire. I have to just see if they do it. I bought a cooling blanket because I had to sleep with a blanket, but it's too hot for one. We'll be here tomorrow. Oh, fudge, yeah. There's so much stuff that I wanted to get during the Prime Day sales. I got everybody in my family's Christmas gifts. I'm so happy. I have my brother's Christmas gifts. I have my mom's Christmas gifts. I have my dad's Christmas. I have half of my dad's Christmas gifts. I have my aunt's birthday gift, but not her Christmas gift. The rest of my family is dead. Ah, is that a... I'm sorry. She makes jokes to fight through the pain. Anyways. But I did get a lot of Christmas gifts during the Prime. But there's a couple things I didn't get that I should have gotten, but I didn't. Oh, shit nipples. Should I be getting the save? Oop. Does diminishing returns? Oh, I don't think that went through. Did it, Weskers? I don't think that went through, eh? Oh, is it a Talbot? I love Talbots. Oh, yeah. No, I got my brother a bitchin' gift. It's actually so bitchin' that it's a birthday and a Christmas gift. Because it's really fudging expensive. Ow! Okay, so pretend for a second that you didn't do that. Oh, you bitch. Yeah, barely. Oh, look, a Blight! A Talbot. Talbot, I'll give you one, maybe two hooks. Oh, 360 no-scope YY Letters doll? I'm familiar with your game. You know what, Faith? You get me. My cousin just
Hi,
died.
I'm Pixel Kitten. I'm a full-time Dead by Daylight and
Wrong
Hawaii
scene.
streamer.
My cousin just died yesterday. Yippee! Sorry for the channel trailer. It was on the wrong scene. But you know what? We're trying. And she was a fairy. Yeah. We laughed at the pain because I've been drinking. So I have not cried yet today. I teared up, but I did not. Oh fuck! But I didn't cry. That was my last shot. I promise. I'm really sorry to hear that though, Faith, because that sounds fucking rough. I'm sorry. I know. I'm sorry. I'll stop. Sorry. Sometimes you gotta laugh through the pain, or else the pain overpowers you. Oh, really? Alice, I'm glad. Not the rough part, but the smiling part. No. That was my last shot, because she's starting to get a little, like, you know, where I move my head and my eyeballs follow like a second later. You guys know what I mean. You guys know what I mean. I move my head, and then my eyes follow. And I move my head, and then my eyes follow, you know? So get a little drunk, Maple Mommy. No. If the mommy says no, I have to listen to her, or else she'll punish me. Oh, you guys can see my eyebrows right now because I don't have my bangs down. I just realized you guys can see my eyebrows. That was scary. Okay. Alright, you get one more down on me, and that's it. Alright? You get this last one, and that's it, Talbot, okay? Oh, go! Alright, that's done. You're done. No more! Stop 360! Why let her stop? I love him so much. Hoodoo working money. Oh my god. Okay, so yesterday was a strawberry moon. Yes or no? Or am I dumb? Time is easier to deal with. Not less any hard, but it's more. But I'm not in tears in a permanent state. Faith. Hugs. Hugs for you and anybody who needs them. If you guys don't want the hugs, you guys can double and give it to the next person. Wait, what happened to healing me? Yeah, Shane, come here. Rub my bum. If you can't make the most and find the joy in the worst parts, what's the point? That's what alcohol is for. Do as I say, not as I do, chat. Alright? I'm not saying that alcohol is the... I'm not saying that alcohol is the solution to things, but as of right now, for me, I'm using it as a solution. I'm so sorry. But it's either I drink or I don't stream tonight. So, you gotta pick and choose what you want from Pixel. Bravo, Penguin. I'd have to ask for permission first. Like at TwitchCon last year when I had to ask for permission to kiss Sarah. Highlight of my fucking TwitchCon though. You know what I'm saying? Happy Pride! It's still Pride time for me for 6 more minutes. It's still Happy Pride. Trade secrets. Jersey Boys, Sound of Music. Oh my god! Wait, what are we listening? What are we listening? Six, 7 more minutes. You don't have nowhere to hide. Yeah, that's right. You don't have nowhere to hide. Nah, you don't have nowhere to hide. How long does that touring show pass last for? That was a crazy sentence, but you know what I mean. How long does that last for? And how many shows are you gonna see? My brother, for my birthday this year, it's an early birthday present, got me tickets to see Hugh Jackman. Hugh Jackman. Ow! Hugh Jackman in theater this year. Yeah, I'm very, very excited. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. No. Damn it. Oh, nice. Oh, Jay, whatever. That's so cool. Oh, so that's all you're seeing? Yeah, so my brother, for last year, for my birthday, he's getting me, a tour of the Malort distillery, of the Jeppson's Malort distillery. And we never went last year, so we're gonna have to go this year. And then he's gonna take me to some Hugh Jackman show this year, which I'm very, very excited because I love Hugh Jackman. I wish I was still in Chicago the weekend the Double-Sided Tavern was there. Devora. Wait, really? When was that, Bravo Penguin? When was that? I'm gonna put the rest of the blood points into Ghostface. Ugh. The only downside is that my mom and I, unpopular opinion, I hate the music, but it was included in the package, so we're gonna go suffer through. Oh no! At least you'll be together. Alice. No, you. Nar. Yo. Oh, GG, Scary 8X! Oh my god, you were so cute. Oh my god. No, GG's Blight. You were so fun. Except for killing me. I'm just joking. Oh, but seriously, GG's. GG's. I love the 360 no scopes by Violet Cells. Really? Bravo Penguin. That would break me balls. That would break me heart. Oh, I closed the game. As that wasn't an obvious repercussion of Alt F4. Alright, we gotta find someone to raid, homies. What time is it? Almost midnight. For me. But not for me. Are you satisfied? Man, I gotta go walk my dog, so I'm drunk. That's crazy. Happy last day of Pride, everybody. Thank you for the follow! Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. Was the death of peace of mind? No, 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 no. What if Pixel draws a pussy? What do you mean? Our last pussy of the month? Sushi Guy, I have a very important question for you. Pink? Orange, yellow, salmon, green, light blue, dark blue, or purple. What the fudge? Thank you for the 5 gifted subs! 2, Jesse Amethyst, Kim Wins, Polo, Ventos, and Magical Chick. Is there a Clefairy in chat? Yeah. I already have a shiny one. But I'll catch another one. A drunk pussy? Our last pussy of the month. Could you believe it? Ooh, I have an idea for whom to raid. If they're still alive once we're done. Give me a color push sushi. Oh, you said pink. Okay, well, I know how to read. I graduated college. I did not. Big nut. I said pink, but Clefairy blocked me. Yeah. I do. Oh. There you go. There you go. See? Shiny Clefairy. Betch. Yeah. Get shit on. I love Trivium. Trivium's my favorite band. I love them very much. Sushi Guy, capital S, lowercase G. Wumps are we gonna do for you? $2 million gold. Yeah, I got a lot of money. But I think it's because, like, I stream. You know? Right? There's a bed for a reason. Oh, boo. You get there, honey. He knows we're gonna go OUTSIDE soon. Oh, he made it! Good boy! What should we do? Drunk creative, more like drunk, I'm about to pass out. What up? Okay. Alright, so what if I did this? Oh my god, she's looking just like how she feels. Oh my god, I was just spit everywhere. That was almost embarrassing. I'll start drooling. Plakers! Plakers, how are you, sweet angel? Sushi guys, this is how I feel right now. Hooded eyes? Yes, sir. Drooling on my pussy? Drolling on your pussy? Goyle. I'm doing terribly. I mean, I'm okay right now as long as I'm streaming. But as soon as I end stream, I'm gonna be terrible. Alright. No more pussies for the month of June. No more. Are you ending stream, homie? I can't tell if this guy's ending stream. I need him to, like, ready up or something to see if he's gonna, like... Damn, I think he's ending stream. Okay, well, we'll find someone else to read. Fuck! Have we rated this person? I don't think we rated this person. And if we've done, we'll have to do it again. I don't remember Rain Man. Yeah. So we're gonna raid Micah. Micah is very hot, very tall, very talented, very handsome. Oh, okay, so pretend like I pressed Control V. Hi, Iva! Bye, Iva. I'm sorry, I've been drinking. From the bottom of my butt, because it's bigger than my heart. Thank you so much for the subbies, the wubbies, the titties, the bitties, the follows, the wallows, the raids, the wades. Thank you for my mods, for everything we do in stream and off stream. I'll be live again tomorrow, question mark? I don't know. I'm still grieving. So, you know, who knows what the fudge is going to happen. Don't forget to tell Salted Loki, happy fudging birthday, because it's Salted Loki's birthday today. Your eyeshadow looks so good. Oh, so you want a kiss? It's still Pride Month. For some time zones. So close enough. I should never ask. But seriously, I hope you guys had the best night ever. Thank you guys so much for everything. Thank you guys so much. I'm going through it right now. So thank you so much for just being here and hanging out with me and giving me the good vibes. I'm sorry I've been drinking a lot tonight, but you know what? I deserved it. I hope you guys are the best night ever. We're going to send the love over to Micah. I hope you guys are the best night ever. I love you guys.